How are we going, legends? What is cracking? OBS just updated, so let me know if anything's playing up. I find it hard to believe that everything will be working perfectly. Every time it updates, something seems to go wrong. Where are we? Let's get the chat up on my little phone here so I can look like I'm looking at the screen while I'm answering people. If I decide to. I've got a lot of stuff to get through today, so we'll see how we do. Where am I? Where am I? Ooh, Kate Bush doing a babushka dance. That's a nice video. Oh, there we go. I can't think. As soon as I hit record, brain stops working. What's new? Live chat. Change it over to live chat, champions, instead of top messages. So you don't miss anything. We'll be chatting back and forth and you'll be getting confused. So how are we all? Let's start with a little bit of show and tell, eh? Went to an antique shop that I've driven past a million times called Robin's Nest. A little tiny little shack at Warramoo. So the whole reason we went to Warramoo yesterday was Saturday. That's we're a day ahead of you in Australia land here. It's actually Australia Day today, a national holiday, but it's on a Sunday, so tomorrow is the public holiday. So I've got tomorrow off as well. Tomorrow's probably going to be a garage woodworking day because I've got to catch up on some stuff in there. Today, I need to get through some assessments to get some quotes out the door so I can just get stuck into the work next week. Well, this week, it's Sunday. So I need to just do assessment today. But yesterday, I shipped out the first batch of the Marshall, replacement boards for the Marshall JCM 2000 series. And the only post office around here that's open at that hour, we tried to get to the one on the way home, but they shut at like 1:30 or something on a Saturday. But there's one up at Warramoo that was open till 6 p.m. on a Saturday. So we went up there, shipped off my packages, and thought, oh, let's have a look at this antique shop. I keep meaning to look there, and it's like a little shack, like a tiny little bungalow, I guess. So charming, and two elderly ladies chatting away, very boisterous young ladies in there. And I said, yeah, I've driven past this a million times, but I've never come in. So I actually had my eye on that shop and thinking, oh, one day that would be good for Brad's Guitar Garage, a little villagey style, tiny little bungalow house. It's really, really cool. But yeah, she's still going strong. And we had a look, and there was a bookshelf out the back, and I thought I'll have a look out there and see if there's any tech books, because sad to say, but what's happening a lot these days is these guys like me who are, techs, and they're reaching their 70s, 80s, 90s, and when they pass away, often the family's not interested in their pursuits, so their technical stuff and their tools and their equipment and their books, their reference books, get donated, and I think that was the case with this one. So I saw this on the shelf: Radio Engineering, Terman, McGraw-Hill, McGraw. Second edition, 13th impression, 1937. So this, I thought, is really cool. I haven't played with radio stuff at all yet, really, aside from the few little FM transmitter bugs that I used to make as a kid. With a little kit from JCar or Dick Smith. I think Dick Smith was my preferred thing. Fun way into electronics. Very formative years back then. So this one goes right to the guts of basics, physics. But it also talks about, because this was state-of-the-art technology back then. And it talks about like the construction methods of the valves, which is very interesting to me. And the different components, how to make your own coils and antennas and stuff, because back then everything was DIY, yeah? You couldn't just go to DigiKey order a little inductor. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to read, I think. And it's actually written, you can see there's not a lot of math. A lot of it's plain English, like where all there's a couple of equations and stuff, but it's having a quick read through it in the car on the way back, you know, while I was driving. Nah, just joking, Shell was driving. It's actually written in a pretty personable way, which is, I think, half the battle with reference books in general. That's why I like The Art of Electronics so much. It's written in plain English, and it's less fatiguing to read as a result. So yeah, it gets into, you know, the construction of the state-of-the-art stuff at the time, and it's got a section on just amplification as well, transmitters. I'm starting to think maybe I'm getting old, but I'm starting to think maybe I should play around with some ham stuff, you know? Listen to some random dude talking about his day in Spain or something. Don't know. Maybe I should poke the RF hornet's nest with a stick one day. Get my license and whatnot. Because that would feel like a hobby. I'm certainly not going to make money from that one. Anyway, interesting book, and it was all of $12, so I thought, how can I not? And support Robin's Nest. Yeah, even goes into, the sound reproduction at the time. We're talking the 30s. So yeah, pretty cool. Very nice thin paper, but it's got like that glossy, slightly glossy sort of look to it. So it's a high quality book. But yeah, they even had like books on like woodworking techniques, and one of them was from 1890 something. I should have bought that one too. And it had hand cut pages. You don't realize that these pages are cut by a guillotine, and they're all sort of, well, you know, this book's pretty old, but they're all sort of perfectly in alignment. When you got the hand cut pages, it looks like papyrus. It looks like it was made by, you know, some village in the in the hills. I just heard something beep. What was that? Oh, it's a guy outside. The poor bastard's working on the building next door. He's got to work today too. Anyway, interesting book. Very old. I thought I'd buy it just for the historical significance. So, in order to get to the workshop, to the pile of amps, I need to sort of dig through a pile of amps. So, we sort of need to just take out what's on top, which isn't ideal because that's the stuff that was brought in the latest, whereas the stuff that's been here the longest is now buried. So let's dig in, eh? Let's get into it. Princeton 65 DSP. No description of fault on the form. It's got an internal fuse only, so let's just plug it in and see what happens. Oh, great, they left me the cord. All right, I'm not touching that. That can stay in the cabinet. I keep forgetting to give the IEC leads back to the customers, which isn't great. They're a dime a dozen. It's just inconvenient to remember whose is whose, so I just try to leave them in the cabinet where I can. All right, we're going to get smoke. Slight hum. 31 watts, 31 watts consumption. We've got a pilot light. We've got channel switching. We've got a massively oversized nut on the input. It looks like a hardware store thing. There's a guitar pick. Let's just make some noise, eh? Let's see what this thing does. Sorry, I'm not going to have a lot of time to read the chat today, champions, but I'll catch up between devices when I can. Sounds right to me. A little bit of hiss there. Drive channel. Don't know. A little bit noisy. But I think from memory that's the case on like all of these DSP ones. Oh, now no signal. Alright, so we lost signal. We're drawing 32.4 watts. I think that's... Oh! Okay. Now we've got a massive volume increase. Alright, so I think we're going to have a cracked solder joint somewhere on this thing, but I don't think it's anything significantly... I don't know how to finish that sentence. Nothing seriously shit, is what I'm trying to say. Words no worky. So I'll have a quick look. Main reason being, I just want to know if anyone's been in here before, if she's been chooched before. Number 2 Phillips, please. Scotty, how you going? Lyle, Wes, Robbie, Mum, Eric, Admiral. Everyone's here. Ted, how you going, legends? Greg, Hal, a lot of regular names. Andy, Dad. It's all happening. Sunday's probably a better day to stream, but I'll try to get at least one day off. But no such luck at the moment. I'll just be working all weekend. Have I watched D-Lab channel? I have. I have. It's got the spade connectors on the speaker. This is one of those Eminence generic drivers that Fender uses. Had an amp come back yesterday? Friday, yesterday. And another set of Tube Amp Doctor 6v6s failing. It was actually a replacement set. Failed once, they gave me replacements, then the replacements failed. So the customer's not happy, even though I did everything I can. So he expected a repair for free, even though it happened 6 months ago. And I've got a strict 90-day warranty. But I gave it to him for the benefit of the doubt because initially we didn't think we would have to replace his existing valves, but they proved to be microphonic to the point that they fed back because the amplifier wasn't functional as it was brought in. And then I put all that together and I upgraded the screen grid resistors to 1K just to help out the 6v6s because valves are so shit these days. And put it back together, and then the speaker's got a buzz to it, which I didn't notice previously, but so I had a look and there's a little crack in the surround. So these ears are actually preventing me from pulling this chassis out, so I'll do it. Oh. Hang on. Yeah, they don't like going over the Tolex. What I might do is just spread the cheeks a bit. So, before I know it, I'm spending half an hour fixing a speaker surround because he didn't want to buy a new one, and he sort of, as soon as I plugged it in and gave it a crank up to high volume, he's like, oh, it happened just then, didn't it? Like when you were playing real loudly and you could tell it was like, oh I think you did it. So that's the fun in being a repair tech, is you get blamed for everything. So that was a Fender 67 Deluxe, Custom Deluxe, or whatever the fuck they call it. Piece of shit amp, man. They have a Celestion speaker in it. It's like a $3,000 amp, and they have a Celestion speaker in it that Marshall put in their practice amps. And that's a $50 speaker. Like, that's so lame. and they market it like it's a good thing. So yeah, the speaker failed because it's a cheap piece of shit. But this bloke was just a hobbyist like player, so before he knows it, he spent like $700 on an amp that, you know, he's almost spent what he spent on the amp to make it work again, and that's Fender. That's just Fender. All right. So Fender don't know what thermal management is. They think that no components other than semiconductors emit heat for some reason. So straight away, typical Fender bullshit. Oop, wrong scene. Down here. Let's move all this shit out of the way. You see how burned the board is down there? It's because they're fucking idiots. It's because Fender are fucking idiots. And they just are in denial that 5-watt resistors emit 5 watts. What can you do? You know? So we're going to have some significant repair to this area, probably turrets. So I'm going to quote that because that definitely will need addressing, and then that may not even be what's currently causing the problem, but I find it hard to believe that those connections are reliable. So yeah, lots of toasty. Yeah, ferrite bead, but no thermals. They're worried about EMI, egress or ingress, but not the thing cooking itself to death. But if there is another issue somewhere else, we know the DSP is working, which is the biggest problem on these things. This DSP on this circuit is actually treated like an effects loop, so if it fails, you can just bypass it and use the thing clean if you want, and just use pedals. Some of the amps, like I forget which one, there's a Super Champ XD and X2. One of them does the same thing, but the other one actually uses the DSP as the sound engine for all the amplifier sounds as well. That one's to be avoided because you can't bypass the effects loop. Basically, it's just a power amplifier. Then you've got one gain stage, and then that goes into the analog to digital converter, and then you've got the digital to analog converter, and that goes straight into the power amp. So it's basically, you can use the thing as a dumb power amp, but that's it. And that's one of them with the valve output stage. You can't put a valve preamp tube in there because there's not enough heater current. So you need to either redesign the whole thing and make a solid state preamp to use the existing power amp and hardwire it, or just throw it in the bin. I'm all about throwing it in the bin these days, eh? When your queue gets really long, detailed problem solving starts to lose its appeal. Alright, so that's one down. What have we got next? I've got a fuck ton of JCM 800s at the moment. There's like 5 of them here. A lot of combos. The JCM 900 combo that I showed on the last stream when I was sniffling and snorting all stream. That's sorted now, ready for pickup. That was actually a really nice sounding amp. I modified the negative feedback loop in that. I don't know what they were thinking. If you look at the schematic, and it wasn't as the schematic either, you'd probably seen on various Marshall amps, they've got 2 little resistors mounted right on the output transformer secondary as part of the feedback loop, but then it had another bunch of components in the feedback loop on the board. I just bypassed all that shit and just did my own, and it sounded way better as a result. It was much more authoritative in the low frequencies. Basically a preset depth mod, a little bit similar to the Friedman stuff and whatever, which really brings the 900s to life because they are a little bit harsh and brittle in the upper mids and top end. I would like to modify the tone stack a little bit as well, but JCM 800 excuse me 800, just choking on my coffee. JCM 800 is the national amp of Australia, right? Yeah, well, it was for a while. It was pretty much the sound of Aussie rock in the 90s, 80s and 90s. Obviously in the 70s it was the Plexel stuff as well, but the nasal stream, really? You think I'm nasal, do you, Ted? Fucking hell. 4 little Fenders, stage 85 or 65, Princeton Reverb reissue, nothing in between. Stage 85 or 65, Princeton Reverb. Stage 85. You're a fan of the Stage 85, are you, Lyle? Because that's got the same silly Zener regulation. Hello from Scotland. G'day, Martin. How you going, legend? Enjoyed Lyle. Now here with a Campbelltown malt to learn more. Oh, he's a Burns night tonight. Is it? We were talking about it last week. FYM 900 incoming. Yeah. I was thinking, the 900 is not a bad amp. I don't mind it too much. It's got the solid state front end, and the stupid switching op amps that you can't find anywhere, which were a brilliant idea, but they just weren't in production for long enough. They would have been really good for like a multi-channel preamp, like pedal, but they didn't produce them for long enough, so now you're only looking for new old stock. But yeah, a new board, and I don't know if, are you listening, Alex? A new board for a JCM 900 would go pretty hard. A preamp board. It would go hard. With all the switching and everything implemented. Maybe that'll be my next project if you don't do it, Alex. But I don't think there's enough of them out there. There's quite a few, but nowhere near as much as the JCM 2000s, which is why I made those boards. Speaking of those boards, you probably saw the post I put up. There's now 2 DSL boards left, and the next batch will start production probably next weekend, I think. I'll probably do do batches of 10 at a time, just so I can have some semblance of a life in between. But yeah, I really hope they don't have any issues. I've tested them thoroughly, but I did find some silly mistakes on one of the boards, or like one of the types of boards, where I just had one of the electrolytics the wrong way around on every board. And I'm like, what was I thinking? And I wasn't even having a beer while I was making them. Jesus. But it was in the channel switching circuit. So the channel switching still worked, and it wasn't a lot of voltage across it. But the channel switching popped each time I changed channels. And I was going over everything. I was looking at the voltages, and then I saw that cap back to front. So I pulled all of them out and I replaced them too. I didn't just turn them around. And then the channel switching was really quiet after that. So yeah, one of those things. So next amp, what are we going to look at? I'm not going to give you a choice because I need to dig through them just to get to the underlying stuff. Ooh. I've got some cool shit here at the moment, legends. Well, not that cool because it's broken, but you know. Looking for a made in Japan Strat or Les Paul? Well, you need an FGN, my friend. So if you want a new one, have a look at the FGN Neo Classic Les Pauls. They look fantastic, fan-fucking-tastic. And the Neo Classic Strats, I think they've discontinued, but I've got one here. I could ship it to you if you want. But if you find an old Fernandez or Greco, just bear in mind you will need a lot of work done to them to make them like world class. You probably need a refret. Some of the Grecos had really tiny frets on them too, like, you know, barely there. But they're really solid guitars, really well built. Sometimes the pickups are a bit shit, like they're just ceramic cheapies. But it's the reason you buy a Strat, because you play with the stuff and swap and change everything anyway, eh? Playing a stock... Who'd play a stock Strat? What self-respecting gear nut would play a stock Strat? Hey Lyle, just wanted to let you know I changed my Vox FX loop op amp gain just now and it works. Sweet! Also made the FX loop Unity. Good work, legend. Squire Silver Series Japanese from the 90s. Yeah, they're fantastic. They're shot up in value now. They're like $1,200. Is that a Jap 12 string behind you? Yes, it is. This is Yamaha. Better take the customer's name off there. I don't want to dox them. Oh, here we go. So it's just a ply top Yamaha. So it's got a split It's got a slotted headstock, which makes finding the tuning machines a bit tricky. They are 120 mil from center to center, the two outer ones. What I'm finding is either 117 or 125 mil. So I'm still searching to see if I can get a set that matches exactly. But I told the customer, worst case scenario, we'll just get one of the others and we'll plug these holes and then re-drill them at the correct centers, which is doable because this was his dad's guitar. So he wants to put a bit of work into it. I said, like, to get it playing really nice. The action's not too bad there at the moment, but the saddle's almost got no break angle on it. So to get it ideal, we'd have to do a neck reset, but it's only apply Yamaha, so it's sort of like, what do you call it? Gilding the lily? Something like that. So yeah, what we might do is just put some slots for the strings to get some downward angle, which is another sort of last resort thing you can do without too much work. Because a neck reset's a massive job. I can do it, but it takes a long time and costs a lot of money therefore. I can't get with poly-finish guitars anymore. Made in Mexico Classic Lacquer series are a nice option for nitro. I wish they'd bring it back. I don't really care, Admiral. What I don't like is when the finish is really thick. Like this is a poly finish. But you can see where I've taken a chunk out of it. Let's have a look with the overhead cam. Oh, bang, framing straight away. So you can see where I've taken a chunk out of it. I haven't lost a big biscuit of lacquer. Like it hasn't like had a tectonic plate shift and fucking, you know, taken off a big iceberg. So that's poly, but it's just really thin poly. So the biggest issue with poly is it's very easy to just fucking dip the thing and then wait for it to set, which only takes 24 hours no matter how thick it is because it's a chemical epoxy sort of process. Then just sand the thing flat with a fucking excavator and then put one clear coat over the top because that you can finish the whole guitar in 2 coats then. It's quick. So a lot of people are tempted to do that. But when I spray poly, I spray it as thin as I can. And that's how you get that natural finish that ages gracefully and takes a few little nicks and stuff. Poly feels staticky. What? No, it doesn't. Gets sticky. No, it doesn't. Nitro gets sticky. You ever used a 70s Les Paul? It was in a vinyl case. It fucking, you can push the finish around with your finger. You could like rub through it. It comes off in chunks with hard, thick edges if it's too thick. That's what I'm saying, bro. I literally just showed you evidence. It's like PCBs. They're only as good as the application. We have an Engl power amp, tube power amp, 840-/50. So what's going on with this one? Let me just pull out the job sheet. One moment, legends. That's the guitar lot. Here's the amps. Oh, don't tell me I didn't write it down. Fucking idiot. Alright, well, we'll just pretend we don't know anything about it, which it's pretty easy to pretend, because I don't. I've got to tell customers to shut the fuck up while I'm while I'm writing stuff down, because they get chatting and then you forget to take critical information. 1.6 amp. $2. Thanks, Goody Guitars. Oh, $4. I think he accidentally did that twice. Let me know if it was an accident, and I will pretend that I can offer a refund. I don't even know how I would do that. I've got the actual little pear dude with the cool above it. See that? Little pear guy. Oh, you can see it because you're watching the chat anyway. Alright, so the fuse isn't dead. Let's crack the lid open. Let's rip the scab off it and see what we're dealing with. Number 1 Phillips. I'm going to chuck the aircon on because it's about 28 degrees in here now. Put it on low since we're not coming and going all day. Yeah, I thought it would be a good day to stream today. After Lyle's stream, we can concentrate with no distractions. Because we're closed, and I've shut the gate as well, so they can't even get to the front door to knock. I had the Admiral says I had the 2004 20th anniversary American Series Strat. Arse. Hated it. Don't care for the metal on metal 2-point trim either. Metal on metal. What do you mean by metal on metal, Admiral? I have a few of those 50s classic vibes. They're all maple ones and pretty light. Never gel with the 60s ones. Alright, so we've got a ground lug, and we've got one valve that looks like it's had a bit of a moment. Alright, so pretty small output transformers on this thing. Look at the size of the little buggers. Like, you look at a 50-watt Marshall, and then you look at these little things. Seems a little bit tiny, doesn't it? Anyway, you can see this one here. Let's get some camera kung fu happening. A little bit more light. So see that one? Got that big sort of discolored area on the glass. So that's gotten very hot, and some of the anode material has flashed off and condensed on the inside of the glass. So that one has run away. It's got one of those annoying caps which is mounted on a thread, like a plug. I think F&T makes one of them, but they're not easy to come by. That'd be a order from the States thing. But that's probably got nothing wrong with it. So I wonder if this is another case of a shorted screen. Where are we? Well, no, it'd be red plating, so that might be a loss of bias supply on that valve. Could just be a spontaneous failure of the valve too. But what I don't like on the Engl stuff is they chuck a messer. See how thin the traces are? Like, you've got like the cathode and all the current there, and the high voltage supplies. All those traces are not even a millimeter wide. They're probably 0.5 or 0.75 millimeter wide. So when you do that, the board becomes the fuse. So not wise, but again, what do I know? Victor, $5, thanks, mate. Hey, reply. This is a new feature. Be the first one to reply to this super chat. Your message will appear here. Sign in to chat. I am signed in. I don't know how it works. I missed one. Greg, $5. $5 for speaking your mind about nitro. It is sticky. I only like it on relics. Looks cool as it rubs off. I wish I looked cool as I rubbed off. I don't think anyone looks cool when they rub off. They are tiny traces. Recipe for burnt or peeled traces, absolutely. The output transformer looks like they have air gaps to prevent saturation because they're so small. But I don't think so. Air gap usually makes the transformer massive, which is why single-ended transformers are huge, given the actual power output. I see what you did there. Sorry, Pastor. It's not very, I don't know, Christian of me. Well, that's because I'm not a Christian. So let's maybe pop this pair in the valve tester. We'll slowly bring her up and see what happens. at very least to be up for a new set. This is a stereo amp, so you could replace just one side if you wanted to. But this guy is pretty particular about his gear, so I dare say he'll probably want a whole new set. And these look like they're the ones that came with it, because well, maybe not. No, they're just Sovtech branded. Often Engl would brand their valves. Sorry, champions, I'd love to bring you over to the tester, but it's already rigged up over here. Let's not punish it with maximum plate and screen just yet. Let's start at nothing. We're very close to it. We'll slowly bring it up. Bring the screens up. Now let's sit around 250 for a minute. We're still warming up. Sorry, I've got to sort of just describe this. Not very effective. You can hear the little fan whirring away there. We'll put a fan on the front with a heat sink for the MOSFETs. Alright, current's coming up. Pretty equal. Just sit there at the center point there, and we'll bring the plate up a bit more. Got the screen set about 5 volts below the plate. Right, so she's coming up. We've got the problem valve's got 17 milliamps. The other one's got 15. Purely academic exercise, by the way. We can see the thing's overheated. I just want to see what the failure mode was, or if it's the amp that did it, not the valve. Alright, we've got up to 450 volts on the plates. $52 milliamps. Yeah, it's like it's still okay. Let's calculate that for a second. Let's sit it at say 15, 20 watts, and I'll put the meters on it while we have a look at the rest of the amp. Okay, so 20, so we'll go say 440 volts, looking for 45 milliamps. So we've got 45 on one side, 39 on the other, so yeah, there's a bit of imbalance. 44 and 39. All right. Just grab my Fluke meters, because they're the ones with the alarms. And we can just sit it there, idling for a bit. If anything dramatic changes, we'll come over and shut it down. Maybe, if we're quick enough. It's got some multimeter outputs because the inbuilt meters are just panel meters. They don't have any like data acquisition ability or anything like that. So Dad put in some shunt resistors to measure the plate current. So you can put a multimeter in just DC volts mode or millivolts mode if you want. And we'll set that to max. Set that to max. And they will go beeping like crazy if anything changes dramatically. It's pretty stable. It's a lot more stable than a valve amp. A little bit of beeping there. pull that down a little bit. All right, set that. Set but not forget. So what I'll do is I'll give this a little bit of voltage, and we'll just see if we can find out why that valve has played up. I'll just do some passive testing first. Remember, we're just doing an estimate. I've got so much to get through, I'm going to have to sort of throw a few darts and just sort of do a bit of guesswork as well. Right, 468 screen grid, 468, 470 ohm normally, 470.9, they're all within tolerance. 467, just check the grid stoppers. 2.2, 2.2, 2.2, 2.2. So they're all good. I've got some flyback diodes, I'll just check them. Yeah, all good, no shorts there. There's two little lamps down on the main board, which will look a bit weird. I don't know what the story is with them. Just two little incandescent lamps. I'm not sure what the deal is there. I don't imagine they'd be to light up the amp, although you can see through the front, so that might be marketing lamps. See, there's just two down there. They're not neon, so they're not like arc protection or anything. So all these caps are F&T brand, but they put Engl branding on the outside. You can recognise that they're F&T. They just must pay extra to get their branding put on there. Alright, we'll just check the bias, well, both the power supply diodes. All good. There's been some resistor value tweaking there by the looks of those series resistors. And some paralleled as well. Trying to get the bias range bang on. Looks like they're going with 330k bias feed. Guess you'd say grid lengths. Oop. Something happened. I heard the aircon dip down as well, so that might have been just the aircon kicking in and out. It didn't go up in value, it went down. So that could have been a blip in the power, I think. I'll just reset those alarms. What's the mains doing? Suppose I should put a meter on the mains too. That'd tell me if there's any mains fluctuations. So yeah, the mains is jumping around between 240 and like 238. So I don't know if someone is turning on a machine or something around here, or if that's just the aircon kicking in and out. Yeah. Alright, strangely that valve seems to be performing okay, so I suspect maybe the amp might have lost bias supply for some reason. Cheers from Norway. Legend. Captain Sexy. Oh, I love you guys and your crazy names. I wish I didn't have, like, the business page account so I could have some wacky name. Alright, let's get the beer out. Where's good grounding points? Let's get a... Oh no, that'll stay in there. Let me catch up on a little bit of chat, champions. What valve tester do I have? It's one that Dad built. The Dad tester. Dad amazingly built this friggin' valve tester from scratch. Goes up to 450, maybe 480 if you've only got a minimum load. It's got multimeter outputs. You can test for transconductance as well as, you know, matching valves and current and everything. It's a killer machine. I've got to get my head into the doing the transconductance test because there's a certain way you do it. But at the moment, I'm just doing it to test for plate current matching and stability, which is the most critical thing at the moment. So yeah, Dad saw me like getting screwed over by these valve suppliers, and he took it upon himself to build this valve tester. He already had one that you can test transconductance and stuff, but it only tests one valve at a time. So he found a transformer in his stash and built this one that you can fire up all 4 valves, test them all for current all at the same time. Test for microphonics and transconductance one valve at a time. But yeah, fantastic setup, and you can chuck a set of valves on there and burn them in too, like you can stabilize them. And the more important thing is I can throw the valves back at the supplier straight away as soon as they come in and say, nope, they've failed. Sorry, refund please, or replace. Well, thank you, Martin Reed. I do like woodworking, now that I don't do it for a living. I always liked woodworking, even when I was a professional joiner, but it was all the, not the admin, but I suppose it's like any job. Any job would be fantastic if it wasn't for customers. That's why you should get a government job, because the government doesn't give a fuck about their customers. And they get away with it. What are you going to do? Leave the government a negative Google review or Yelp review? That's why government jobs are so sweet. I was doing something very tricky in an amp the other day when the neighbor started a leaf blower right outside my window. I thought I was about to die. Yeah, I was listening to a band the other day, and while I was working on an amp, or I had one under test or something. Sorry, I just touched the mic then. And there was like a part of the song where there was a massive 50 hertz hum, like they kicked the amp or something, and there's like grunge, so you know it was left in the recording. But straight away I'm like, oh fuck, what's that? Because when you hear a 50 or 60 hertz hum, depending on your region, or 120, 110, like a violent hum straight away, as a tech, it's like a fight or flight response. You spring into action like ready to flick off a switch or something. Dad tester is garlic for the Tad vampire. Literally allergic to woodwork. Yeah, that's an issue. Certain species of wood are better or worse. Great to see you putting it to good use. Thanks, Dad. It's definitely getting used every day. You actually bought a cheap MIG welder so you can weld aluminium at home. What, you got a AC/DC TIG? Because to weld aluminium, you need an AC. The AC are the bloody expensive ones. With the high frequency start and all that. What are we doing? Testing an amp. So I just got the valves removed at the moment. Got the fuse in. Let's just move those out of the way, hey? Yay. Alright, everything's on. You don't have to worry about the output transformer because there's no valves in there. I'm just checking to see at like 100 volts what we've got where. We're only drawing about 14 watts, 13 watts from the wall. 190 on the plates. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, got minus 20 on the grids. Minus 16 on the problem valve. Minus 20, and this is under no load, mind you. Minus 18. I think we've got a breaking down grid stopper on that one valve, because all the others are 20 point whatever. I should probably zoom out so you can see what I'm talking about. Camera kung fu fail. Camera kung fu fail. There we go, look at that. So I'm measuring the grids. Minus 20.85. Minus 20 point, and see it's slowly rising. Minus 20.88. Minus 20.86. Let's turn them off for a sec. Turn the whole unit off. Let those caps drain. It's gasless but claims to weld aluminium. Oh no, did you buy it from Aldi? That Engl doesn't look bad inside. Anything worrying we can't see at home. Not really. It's just like I say, the PCBs aren't. I'm not a fan of Engl PCBs. They're just very narrow traces, very thin traces. Gasless aluminium welding. Good luck. Yeah, I wouldn't be trusting that, Alex. So you need an AC/DC welder, preferably with a high frequency start. Scratch start is doable, but you fuck your tips if you're using TIG. Well, actually, with MIG, it doesn't matter. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking TIG. But you need AC/DC, right? Because it needs to clean the electrode if you're going TIG. So you need AC and you need argon as a shielding gas, and you need a regulator. So I've got argon and a regulator at home. But I've also got a TIG welder, not a MIG, and it's only DC, so I can only do stainless and steel. Can't do aluminium because there's a big step up in price between the DCs and the ACs, because the ACs need an inverter basically. Whereas the DCs just need rectification. Pulsed MIG. Yeah, that could work. It's a bit of a rabbit hole. I don't claim to know too much about it. I just do it for fun. I went through a stage where I really enjoyed drunk welding. So the boys would be around, we'd cut some bits of metal when we were blind drunk, and we'd weld them together and look at our welds the next morning and see how shit we were, and they were always really shit. It's a gasless inverter MIG. Okay, cool. You can still use gas though, I think. Just get a different gun. Right, let's turn that back on. Now we're at minus 20.9. Interesting. So now it's the same as the others, but you saw before that it was lower than the others and it slowly climbed. So I'm sus on that grid stopper. Oh, now it's down to 21. Oh, sorry, they're all 21. Let's get a bit experimental here. Let's give it a bit of heat. See what it does. Alright, so we're at 20.9. Nothing. Alright, well the next thing to do is... Oh shit, I should leave that on. The next thing to do is... I think I've just confused my hot air station. Put a like 1 meg resistor on that to ground and see if that is enough to drag that down, because at the moment that's just floating on the end of that resistor. So to be careful though, because there's no load on that power supply, so that will just sit there smiling at us with voltage because there's no bleeder resistor. So we'll have to drain that. Be meaning to make a little bleeder resistor probe using a banana jack, like 2 of them. You can get like the adapters that have the 2 at the standard width away from each other, a bit like that. And then just set it. You can get some of these that have screw terminals as well. Just mount like a, I don't know, 100k 5-watt resistor from side to side. Plug that into your voltage on your multimeter and then use the probes to discharge it. So not only are you discharging, but you're also monitoring the voltage at the same time. But I need to buy some bits and pieces to make that happen, and I just keep forgetting. You say you resemble the t-shirt, but it's taken an hour to recognize it. This one? People used to use crown amps to weld. Yeah, I saw a video of that. Someone was using one. They fed it a frequency and used it to weld something. Right, just grab a 220k. I'm gonna do this. I used to have a discharging, little discharging thing, but it's disappeared. Oh, blinding myself with the light. wants to see a probe. Have I got any screw-on probes? No. Oh, this is annoying. Just want to discharge something, bro. Fucking come here. Soldering is kind of like driving. It doesn't mix well with alcohol. Well, you know, you can work on your own stuff when you're drunk. Who cares? But working on other people's stuff is not what you do. We're down to about 15 volts now, so let's get into it. I'll just put like a 1 meg 2 water. Wrapped up like a douche. Wrapped up like a douche. That's what it sounds like. Come on, iron, heat up. So I was looking at soldering stations. Yeah, I know. But I was thinking about getting an FX-971 from our mates at Hakko. Main reason for which being that it's going to be a lot quicker to assemble those boards, which I do at home. I've got a little workstation set up at home. Well, not at the moment, but I do set up a little workstation at home. So the iron's still heating up to assemble them, and having the directly heated tips means that the lead-free and the large pads and stuff on the circuit boards will put up less of a fight. So the Hakko is just sort of the FX 888D that I used last time. That's just over there on the guitar bench. I'll just use that for wiring up like output jacks and pots and shit. Any serious like rewiring I'll probably do over here. But yeah, if you're just soldering and not desoldering, over there is fine. I do have a solder sucker and whatever, but I try to avoid using that when I can. But packing it up and bringing it to the workshop at home is a bit of a pain. If I just have one set up at home, it's always ready to go, and I can just kick into the next batch of boards whenever I feel like it, whenever the inspiration strikes. But the FX971's got directly heated tips, so that the tip itself, when you pull the tip out, it's not just a dumb piece of metal like on these things. It's actually got the element integral to the tip, and they're not that much more expensive as a result. So that would possibly put up less of a fight, because you can see here on the boards, I've got pretty large pads and pretty fat traces there, and they do suck a lot of heat out, and it's 2-ounce copper as well, so there's even a bit of thermal mass there as well. And the lead-free solder puts up a bit more of a fight too. That's the stuff I'm using, and it all combines to be a little bit more difficult than and time consuming than usual. So if I get a iron with a bit more capacity, it will be less of a shit fight, and I can just have that one at home, and it looks pretty. About $700, and the tips are actually not too bad. I thought usually the directly heated tips can be significantly more expensive, but they're not too bad price wise. So those valves seem okay. They're over there cooking away. Alright, so I'm just going to the cathode with a 1 meg. We'll connect that to the actual grid on the socket, grid pin. Now it should be able to provide that same voltage, but if that dips down massively, that means that resistor's breaking up under any load at all. If that doesn't work, I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Minus 15.6. Minus 20. Minus 20. Minus 20. So yeah, I'm a bit sus on that resistor. Let's try that on the next socket. That's the socket with the dodgy valve. We've got a friggin' voltage there again. I need to get one of those adapters. Remind me, champions, next time. I've got nothing here I can use. Let's have a quick look. I don't think I've got one. So that valve's sitting pretty at 46 milliamps. 455 on the plates, 446, 7 on the screens. So she could survive to chooch another day. Back when Sovtechs were real valves. Alright, multi-pin connectors, adapters, and banana plugs. Oh no. I'll have to get rid of that. These days, apparently it's not allowed. Fucking bullshit. So we've got alligator clips, banana plugs. Have I got a two-way? No, I do not. A bunch of HDMI connectors there. What the fuck did I buy them for? Is that HDMI? Yeah. I think maybe I bought them for a camera that hadn't failed because I was going to order that camera and replace it. Because it was cheap because it had a busted HDMI output. And I was doing the tater order, but then I never ordered the camera, so... Oh well. Just add it to the massive amount of bullshit that Michelle will have to sort out when I cark it. Yeah, I'm sitting at 33 volts now. I'm just giving it a bit to drain off. That's fine. So what do we have? 15 volts? Let's test that on a side that we aren't so suspicious of. See, I could calculate the voltage divider values and whatever, but we'll just solder it in and have a go, mate. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? We've got 15.6 there. Okay, so that is just loading it by that arbitrary amount, so I don't think it's specific to that grid stopper. So I don't know, a bit of a mystery, Legends. Sort of can't get anything to fail, which is always the way. Minus 20. Actually, you know what? That voltage isn't varying much. I think I'm between 20 and 5 and 20 and 20.5 and 20.8. Seems a little bit narrow. Okay, let's look up the schematic. $840-50. Okay. Engl's got some weird model names. $840. Hey, here we go. Alrighty, Legends, let's have a look. Desk chair. Here we go. What about the valve socket? Yeah, well, that's the next thing. Could be the valve socket. They're just those ceramic things. We've got on the standby switch, we've got the two fuses on the cathodes. They appear to be intact. Okay, why are they not connected to ground? No, they're AC fuses. I don't think the schematic's correct. I don't think there's any cathode fuses on here. Not on the board. Not on the rear or front panel. By the standby. No. Why do I not have a connection to ground? Oh. Why just not breaking through the... It looks like raw metal. How is that grounded? Okay. The plot thickens. Okay, stand by that way. It means it's off. Continuity there on the switch. No continuity there. Tube fuses. Well, that's the ones that's saying there's no connection to the tubes. There is on that channel. So why only... What? They've only fused one channel. Okay, I think we've got a broken lead here somewhere. Need a bit of light. So what I'm doing, sorry champions, what I'm doing is measuring from the cathode to ground. And on the right channel, we've got continuity, but I think on the left channel, the channel must be dead because that overload that happened with the valve has opened a fuse, but I can't find the fucking fuse. So, we've got two fuses here, which are both have continuity. And it says on the schematic that one side is left channel, one side's right channel. However, when I'm measuring, of course, you've got them both connected to ground, so you're going to get continuity. Oh, fuck. You're going to get continuity between everything and everything. So if I touch any of these fuses and then the cathodes of the right-hand valves, plus their suppressor grid connector, or, you know, no suppressor grid in this case, but pin 1, we've got continuity, right? But then you go over to this channel and we've got nothing to the cathodes or anything. So let me just get rid of that resistor that I camped in to suss out the grid stopper. So somewhere we've got a break-in connection between this large fill zone here and the standby switch and fuse, but the fuse is intact. So it's a, like I say, it's a large fill zone, so it's not a little thin trace that could have fused open, but I just need to get some light in there and have a look a bit closer, and if I find the fault I'll show you. Got two black wires pissing off. One of them is connected to one ground plane, one to the other. Those wires come over. We could have a bad switch. Right, so there's the wire. Just shining light through the PCB to inspect the other traces as well. So we've got connection there. That wire disappears to under the board. Alright, so that's the left-hand switch. I'll switch that on. We've got continuity there. So is that switch playing up? I've got continuity to everything now, but I had those switches on before and I wasn't getting anything. You have nothing there because the switch is before the fuse. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. I don't know if I'm an idiot or what. So far I haven't found anything definitive. I think I'm an idiot and I just had the switch turned off on the wrong side. Fusible switch. Yeah. Bit of a weird one. I might put these valves back in and give it a run. Yes, yes. Shut up. Let them cool down. So to take stock of it, there's evidence of the valve overheating, but the valve appears to be functioning fine. And if it did overheat significantly, you've only got 315 milliamp fuses covering the cathodes of both valves on each side. So I would have opened that fuse for sure. So yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is there. For it to overheat like that, you'd imagine it would have blown the fuse. So a bit of a mystery. I don't think anyone's gone in there and changed the fuse either, because I broke that silicon joint from the factory. Oh, we're talking about food. Don't do that, I'm hungry. Maybe the lamps are broken. I'll just give these ones a quick test. Ow. Need a wee rag. Oh, here we go, cotton gloves. For handling hot valves. Polish them while I'm at it. No, they're still way too hot. Speaking of hot, what's the temperature outside? Oh, next door's thermometer's blown up. They bought this digital thermometer and like put a metal bracket up there and everything, and you know the ones you see on the roofs of shops and shit. I don't know why they do it. I think it draws attention to your store. And they are an air conditioning shop, so you can understand, like, maybe that was the motive, you know. Look how hot it is, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it was up there for like 2 months, and I don't know if it got water ingress or what, but it failed. And the display just started looking all garbled. And now it's just given up the ghost entirely. There's like 3 pixels that are always on, and I was going to offer to look at it, but fuck that, I've got enough to do how it is. Because I did have some of my lamps, the fill lights, the stage lights I got, the what's the brand? Light Emotion flat 1212s. You see in the background when I'm normally got the shop open, they're the multicolored RGB lights back here. They had these little SMD MOSFETs, and one of them went short circuit. So one of the elements was always on. Because those little things, they're basically like little Class D power amps. They have control circuitry, and then you've got a bunch of MOSFETs holding back the power to each LED. And the control circuitry changes the pulse width. It modulates the pulse width to change the brightness of the LEDs. Now, if you've got a one of those MOSFETs goes short circuit, it's just always on. The processor can't modulate it, so the LED's just hard on all the time. Luckily, it didn't short to the gate, or there may be some capacitance, like maybe a coupling cap there or something, but it didn't go back into the processor and kill it, so that's good. Ping! 46 milliamps, 450 volts on the plates, and all's well. So we should be seeing, well, we've got about minus 45 on the grid. All right, they're happy. She needs a bit of a clean, but yeah, the only thing I could imagine is maybe the The socket's playing up a bit. The solder joints look okay, and they're through-hole plated boards. There's a bit too much solder on them though, which I don't like, because then you can't inspect to see visually if there's any issues with the pads or not. I might just get my dental mirror and have a look down the guts. I'm making stroganoff. By we I mean me, but that's another word that makes a giggle. Wee. Well, it sounds like Nikki's just as immature as Michelle is. Yeah, they could do with a retension. I'm not a big fan of those. The terminals that look like a post hole digger. You know, the shovel that you shove in and then you open like a set of, and you dig like holes. That's what the terminals look like. I like the ones that are like a fork and the terminal goes down in between, because it sort of wipes them clean each time. And there's a little bit more tension on them. $2016. More things change. It feels nice and firm to put them in. Alrighty then, let's see what happens. Let's give it a bit of load. What I'll do is I'll plug one channel into the dummy load, and I'll plug the other channel into the speaker under the bench. I'll plug the problem channel into the speaker so we can hear if there's any weird shit going on. And the other one can go into the dummy load. Speaker. That's an input. Output left 16 ohm. Output right 8 ohm. Yeah, it's still set up for 8 ohm there. We'll just put that ground where it's not going to short out the mains or anything. That would be dramatic. Just get my multimeter ready. There, Lyle was talking about multimeter impedances. Look, some of the older Japanese hi-fis and stuff, they'll actually specify like what brand of meter and or like what meter impedance, and that's what all the voltages are measured at. But yeah, these days you don't even get voltage measurements, you don't get service, you don't get data sheets, you don't get anything. Back in the day, products were built with a lot of like infrastructure around them. You had a data sheet, you had a spec sheet for whoever was, you know, maybe speccing out the product for a project. You had a service manual, you had measurement procedures, you had like distortion analysis procedures. Like, if you want to really feel bad about engineering in this day and age, go back and read Japanese hi-fi service manuals. Some of them are like 100 pages. They teach you what order to take the fucking screws out in. It's so good. And just no one does any of that shit anymore. It's just you're on your own. Throw it in the bin, buy another one. Feed the machine, feed the machine, feed the machine. Give me 1,000 features on my amplifier. So if one of them goes wrong, the whole thing goes in the bin. Give me reverb effects on my hi-fi amp that nobody ever uses. Right, so let's just give this a quick test. I'll I'm going to call it and move on to the next if nothing's conclusive. Give it a bit of signal. 1 kilohertz, your favorite frequency. Oh, helps if you plug it in. Slowly bring the voltage up and watch the current. Switches are ass backwards. Oh, helps if you turn on the variac too. We have fan movement, 16, 20 watts. 20 watts at 80 volts. I've got a lot of heaters in there, so 21, 23 volts. What I might do, actually, before I do that, I'll steal my meters back from the valve tester. We'll check our anode current on either side as well. See if there's an imbalance in this particular amp, then we'll check the grid voltage. See you, Martin. Have a good one, buddy. Cacciatore. So cacciatore just means salami, doesn't it? Or do you just say cacciatore when you're referring to a meal made from that salami, or because cacciatore just means the hunter, doesn't it? I need my man Carlo here to tell me. What? Cacciatore does mean hunter. Yeah, that's what I thought. 62. 118. So that's the center tap. 62 ohms. And I'm not going to be able to fit another lead on that. Great. Let me solder on a bit of bus wire. We've got 28 volts on that still, so be wary of that. Not going to hurt me, but that's reference to ground. So your soldering iron is grounded. You don't want the return currents going through your iron. Joe, how you going, legend? What's happening? Do some research. Oh, you're all having a chat. I'm too boring for you, so chat amongst yourselves. I'll just put a little bend on the end of that bus wire. Just cut it about, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch long. Do one on the other side too. We'll just solder that to the center tap pin. It's a flat pin and a round hole, so we'll probably get it in next to it. If not, we'll just do it temporarily. We only have to get one lead on each of the flyback diodes on the valve socket, so that's the negative. That should be the negative lead. I'll put the positive there because I'm an idiot. We'll test the other side after that. Keep getting an out of memory error on YouTube. Why in the world isn't it deallocating the chat messages? Yeah, I got that a while back too. It was just an internal error and it resolved itself. But I got it a lot when I was trying to open Outlook and Excel as well. Out of memory. I'm like, fuck off. I've got like 64 gigabytes, you cockhead computer. Got like 1,000,000 gigaschnitzels. Where were we? Emu planes. See you, Lyle. Take it easy, legend. Thanks for the stream today. It's good to see you. Doing them regularly again. Keep on top of the Q. I've got to do my Q&A. I haven't wanted to. I haven't wanted to do anything on social media, to be honest. Just fucking a bit over the whole thing. But I'll have to get back into it. It's just haven't had time either. You hear the characteristic pop from the speaker as you change them over to resistance mode. 62 and 56. Alright, 62 and 56. We'll change that over to voltage, so we should see a slightly lower number on the right hand side because of its lower DC resistance. Sorry, I'm running out of room here a bit. See me out of touch. Ah, there's always something fucking up the multimeter. Alrighty. So we're running at 100 volts at the moment. Let's put that side out of standby. Prep this meter again. Brad, I need a vacation. I just had one, Mark. Minus 21. Minus 21. So they're even now. Yeah, it's got me stuff why that I'm still sus on that grid stopper. Because it was sitting at 15 volts and the others were 20. And then it came up over time. So I guess those lamps are just for, yeah, ambiance, because they don't do anything else and they're just sitting down there glowing. Alright, starting to get conduction. I'm starting to get some signal. Okay, so much lower on the right than the left. That was not what was indicated via the testing. We've got the same grid resistance. So let me just check that that meter's on the right. Yep, that's the right. Stuff's not linear down in that region though. So we're drawing 40 watts now. Drawing half a volt on that side. And only not even 200 millivolts on the other. Something going on. Just confirm that with this meter to 96 to ground. 295 to ground. Alright, let's put that on standby for a sec. Let's swap these over. Don't want to touch anything because I've still got voltages floating around. Damn bear traps. And the problems followed the valve. So it's coming up a bit now. Seems to start behaving itself with higher voltages. But I think she ain't that happy. The valve, I mean. It's starting to level out a bit now. But yeah, I think we're just up for a service and a new valve, new pair of valves, or he can do the whole set and keep the others as spare if he wants. He's got a whole bunch of amps, so. Alright, so let's leave it at that. Move on. Running out of time. Just like every bloody day. What's next? Just straighten up a bit between amps, devices. So next we've got two JCM 800 combos. Let's suss them out. Oh, combo. Alrighty. Do this on the other bench so I can bring the chassis over once she's free. Just write some notes on that one before I forget. General service. Yes, sir. General service, sir. Alright, so this was a 4212. No reverb. Oscillation. Give a general service with tiered options. Price tiered options. Being that it's a pretty old amp. You might want to do a bit of preventative maintenance if the budget allows. Okay, so no reverb and oscillation. To me, that means it's probably got a open connector, like one of the leads is broken for the reverb return. Or possibly loss of shielding as well on the cable. I might actually, you know what would be good, because then I can still be on camera, because you love looking at me. I'll get my little trolley, my handy dandy trolley, which is about 80mm lower than the bench. And that way I can get under the amp. Ah, flat blade screws. How I love them. Not. Missing cup washer It's just the stuff that I observe while I'm taking a amp apart. Missing cup washer and a hardware store screw. Missing cup washer. Jeff Beck's entire collection sold for 11 million. Yay. Kind of funny, isn't it? Like, all that stuff worth so much money. In a generation or two, no one will even know who the fuck he is. No one will care. That's life. Alright, two G12T75s. We've got the reverb tank plugged in. We've got is that a melt? Looks like the wire's melted. How's that happen down there? That would have been someone during... Oh, yeah. Someone during testing has allowed the reverb cable to touch the valve, because I can see the melted plastic on the valve as well, which is a mullard. Probably a reissue EL34. Looks like we've got one replacement cap. Dated April 1999. So someone's done a half job Harry here. It's in the original 32nd week of 85. We've got Drake transformers. And choke, and rear panel looks original. Fuse holders are all messed up. People use screwdrivers in there too small, so they munch up the plastic. Canada loves Robertson screws. So do I. They're great. They're really good for joinery because someone sprayed contact. Oh, someone sprayed bloody some shit in the fuse holder. Robertson screws are great because they hold on to your drill. You can climb a ladder and have the screw on the end and reach into a cabinet and fix off the cabinet with one person. Phillips are fucking stupid for joinery. That one's covered with shit as well. It's supposed to be a 3 amp, and it is a 3 amp. Okay, well that's good. It's good at least. Speaker connections kind of tack soldered. We'll clean all that up if they go ahead. Yeah, we've got to unplug the reverb tank because it's hardwired to the... Oh, hello. So it could be as simple as the plugs are shit. It looks like someone's dodged them up instead of putting new ones on. Oh, shit, there goes the pedal. Alright. Number 3 Phillips. Someone's over tightened these, so the screw's trying to pull through the plastic strap. Feels a bit like it's cross-threaded or something. It's kind of stiff all the way. Stiff all the way. Finished designing a new board for the 2205/2210 with somewhat similar to the BE100. Nice. If only I could find the Robertson screws to match my mid-70s trainer. They're weird screws or something, are they? Let's get a container for the screws and the hardware. Alright, do we have a horror show? Nah. It's all looking pretty original, actually. Including the bias caps. There's evidence of them leaking. So the actual fault is more than likely just the red cable end. So I think that's probably all we're dealing with in terms of the actual fault. But I think I'll give them some options for some preventative maintenance. So I'll just get rid of the cabinet. Oof. So you know what? I'm gonna write the customer's name on the chassis and the cabinet, because we've got two of the same amp here at the moment, and that's sketchy. Where's my masking tape? There it is. Alright, that's the customer's name. Let's get some wooden blocks for the chassis. Look at that big empty chassis. So much room for activities. So there's blue paint on everything. I don't know that that's from Marshall or not. It's only on the output valve sockets. Haven't seen that before though, the blue nail polish or blue paint. It looks like just paint. Alright, so visual inspection, everything looks reasonable for an amp of this age, but what we've got here is a bit of fuckery. So this is the reverb return. So chances are this is what's causing the oscillation. Held together with a cable tie. And some kind of splice happening under there. So it probably hasn't worked right since this was done. This is one of those cheap clamshell things. Okay, well that looks like we've actually got a connection there. Sweet. What's happening under this? You'd check for continuity, but I don't trust anyone's splices because I don't think I've ever seen a good one. Like ever. There's a lot of electricians out there, champions. Ah, so it's just a melt. Okay, so they've let it touch the valve in previous tech probably, and it's melted the wire, and then they've put heat shrink around it, even though it's only touched the braid. Well, not braid, the spiral. Let's check for continuity. The other thing is the tank could be open as well, so we'll get the tank out and have a wee boo. Okay, we've got continuity from the shield. And we've got continuity to the tip. We have about 400k from tip to shield, which is about what I'd expect. Hang on. There's no grid stopper. Grid leak. So we shouldn't... Oh, that would be just my hand. Idiot. I'll try it again. Yeah, open circuit. Right. So they're using the coil, the transformer coil itself as the grid leak. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Marshall never really did reverb well. I don't know why they bothered. I think just at the time there was pressure to have, you know, every feature in every amp. So what I'll do is just grab the, because it's screwed to the bottom panel, I'll just bring the whole panel over. Phillips screws on the bottom. Missing cup washer. It's amazing the amount of techs that just lose screws and shit. And just don't bother finding another one. They just, well. Alrighty then. Alright, let's bring that over. Plug her in. Measure the resistance of the tank as well and give it a visual inspection. But we'll just measure, I can hear the springs are intact. Just check the DC resistance of each coil. $188 ohms. About 55 ohms, about what I'd expect. So that's the input. The output can go on the opposite end to the power transformer. Alright, let's try this thing out. Hook up the meters again, just check the dissipation as we're going. We've got orange. White. And red. White and red and brown is the B+. So that comes from this cap. No. 2.4 ohms across the fuse. That's a screen grid node. Yep. Yeah, one of the screen grid resistors looks like it's copped it a bit. I'd like to upgrade them to 2.2. 2.2 anyway. And hook the meter up to that point. Grab me other meter. Just plug into the speaker at 16 ohms. Already at, oh no, it's at 8. $16. An imbalance there, 155 and 109. And 55 and 109. Right. Here goes nothing. Master volume is all the way up. Interesting. Set the EQ midway. Gain on the boost channel midway. Volume's down. So we'll set the volumes halfway as well, and we'll turn the master down. Reverb down, presence halfway. Away we go. 50 watts. 48 and falling. 40, settling around 45. Sitting around 60 watts there. What have I done? Why have I got a negative measurement? Assessing. Am I on the correct node? No, I'm not. Okay, I'm on the screen node. Dumbass. Try that again. 2.1, 2.0. Drawing 92 watts. Just seems a little high. That current's going to be pretty far out on each side considering the resistance. What was it? 155 on the left, 109 on the right. Go 2.1 divided by 155. 13.5 millivolts. And what have we got on the plates to ground? We've got 443 times 443 equals 6 watts. So that's bugger all actually. And then on the other side we've got 2 divided by 109 times, shit, I've already forgotten, what was it, 4? Breaking through that blue paint. 443. 443 equals 8 watts. 8 divided by 25 equals 32% on the right and less on the left. But let's have a listen for the oscillation. So we've got a lot of hum on the reverb there. So you probably thought that was oscillation, but I don't know. You've got to take terminology with a grain of salt. So we'll set the meter to AC. We've got 600 millivolts ripple and B+, which is pretty low. We've got, just turn off the soldering iron because it messes up the measurements. About 120 millivolts on the screen node. Like 6, 5, 4, 3, bugger all on the next node. And bugger all on that node too. So I don't think it's a ripple issue. Oh, fuck. Scared me. Yeah, I think the lead and the plug are playing up a bit. We've got no signal either, so we might just be the valve. The recovery stage. No branding. It's 1287 though. What'd you miss? Nothing, mate, because you can always rewind back to the start and have a look once we're done. But good to see you here, Magisterium. What's happening, legend? Just grabbing a schematic for this one. You dread the moment my garment reaches 100%. Yeah, it's not going to be pretty, is it? I don't know if that day will ever come. Remember, we're on Australian internet here. We've only just gone past carrier pigeons and smoke signals. KCM 800. What's this thing? 21, 20, what? $42.10. What? $42.12. That's just a speaker configuration. Right, reverb. got the diode clipping. That's what Alex was referring to. There's the reverb drive. Sorry, champs, I'll just share the screen. Alright, so. It's a normal channel, boost channel. So it feeds boost channel from that point there. And then the output from that comes over here, mixes there via the 220k and 100k. It's got diode clipping. And there's the switching. So it's switching by turning on an AC coupled transistor to ground, thereby muting the channel that's not wanted. 330 microfarad there. It looks like the same there. Sorry, I'm zooming in and out quickly. I get criticized for that quite a bit. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me because I'm figuring out what's going on. There's the reverb recovery. You can see there's no grid leak. So it's relying on that coil as the grid leak. So you'll get all sorts of weird behavior if you lose that connection. And it's got a switch there to mute it as well. And that's controlled by... So there's the bus there. That's just directly controlled by the sleeve to ground. Right, so there's no logic on that. It's just straight up. And all that's powered by the heater supply. And a little 3300 microfarad axial there, which is mounted on the main board. And it's spewing out shmoo out the end. So that needs replacing as well. I'll quote for a full recap on this. Actually, that's a good point. That could be where our ripple's getting in later down the stream. We've got 23 milliamps there, so I don't millivolts there, so I don't think that's it. I think we're dealing with a bad valve, but let's just swap one in. I think we should do a bit of maintenance on this thing to make it reliable. Do we have hum again? This is 84, 85-ish, Wes. We've still got hum. So it could be... Oh, okay, now we're switched on. We've got 200 millivolts. So I think we've got this cap here. So I might just tack one in temporarily. And if that sorts it, we know it's that problem. Printing my amp and spectrum schematics in A3 format, tired of having to look up in the PC folders all the time. Yeah. A sad little downturn, cathodes. Cheer up, mates. Yeah, this is a combo. Alex S. Ander, Western Sydney amp repairs. What was that in reference to, Alex? Alright, let's cut that cap out from the top. Where are my friggin' pliers? Oh, there we are. Silly axial caps. We don't use axials here, do we, champions? Yeah, so it's leaking schmoo. Is I leaking the schmoo? Oh, come on, I almost had the focus. Almost had awesome camera kung fu there. You can see the little black turd coming out next to the lead. It may look like it's the rubber molding, but that's actually shit that's been spewing out. $3,300 mic, you say? $10 volt. Ah, turned off mine, didn't I? Ah. It's getting damn close to lunch o'clock. Anyone have mezcal recommendations? I had some amazing stuff at a the tequila bar in the city in October. We went in for our wedding anniversary, just no real plan, just wander the city, have some drinks, go to whiskey bars and try some cocktails and stuff. We found this little taqueada taco joint, but also a mezcal bar. Now I'll just try and find it. I think it was on my phone. Let me have a look. Be going back a bit now. All my holiday photos. Yeah, builds. That's still only November. October, here we go. There it is. Alright. Don Fulano Imperial, Herradura, and Kakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakak Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that. That can go away. That can go away. Alright, what do we got? Don Fulano Imperial. Don Fulano Imperial. Top shelf liquor. $305 a bottle. Fuck me. I didn't know it was that much. I just got it part of a tasting, what do you call it? Tasting float. So, where are we? There we go. So this one, fantastic. 224 Australian. Yeah. Okay, so 224 is not great, but not bad. But here is like 305. That's a big difference for something that's only 40%. But it was incredible. And it was very, like, almost tasted like wine. It didn't taste like tequila. It tasted like a wine, even though it was 40%. It was amazing. What's this stuff? 220. Okay, so I'm not sure which one I had. I think it was this one. No, it was... Fuck off. So they extra Añejo. One of them was like almost red. Oh, it must have been this one. Yeah, that bottle looks familiar. So there's that one, and there was Casca, oh, Cascahurin. I'm not sure which one it was. I think it was that one because it looked like pink or red. Sort of had a pink hue to it. Might have been that one. No, it wasn't 38%. No, it's 43%. It actually says it here. So 43 must have been this one. Well, it was a pretty good value for that tasting float then, because of three tasting things, and they were like 30 ml each. I think they overpoured a bit because I tipped them. Yeah, the trick when you go to a bar like that, get one drink, but tip them like $10 extra, right? Now, there's no tip culture here in Australia because everyone's got a, minimum wage. But they'll free pour the next round if it's a good bar. So it's like an investment, You give them a tip on the first one, have a chat with them, be friendly, because they probably had some asshole earlier, and they really appreciate it when you're a good customer. Frictionless, So you tip them on the first round, and then you have something a bit nicer on the second round, and they might free pour for you. And that's what happened in this case, and it was very good. I was feeling a bit floaty when I left that place. It was really nice, especially after a fuck ton of chili. So yeah, you've got 3 recommendations there. Don Fulano, Heredura, whatever. And however the fuck you say that one. So there you go. Ask and ye shall receive. Listening while working on a Mesa. Feel for you, mate. Sorry to hear that, TK. Did I owe you some parts or something? You didn't order one of those boards, did you? I've lost track of who's done what. I think I've shipped all the orders. Oh, I got one this morning, but I'll have to ship that out on Tuesday, sorry. I had a smoked IPA once and it was awful. I reckon it would be awful, Wes. Some things just don't go together, eh? If I'm on the wagon, why does it feel like a party is leaving me behind? I always feel like the party should be on the wagon. That's a question only you can answer. Anejo, is that how you say it? Is Anejo is aged tequila. Yeah, that's the amount of years, isn't it? Doesn't it mean years? Well, it's still dry January. For who? For you? Not for me. JCM boards, not yet. Did you order some? TK? Oh, no, you were talking about the valves. That's right. I knew we were having some correspondence. I couldn't remember what it was about. We were talking about the tube amp doctor stuff. There are 2 6v6s in a push-pull configure able to output 30 watts. No. I have a 1987 Laney Pro Tube AOR 30 on the bench. Don't get a lot of dual 6v6 amps in the shop. The only way it could do that is if it was running like Class B. And it wouldn't sound very good. It's an easy way to figure it out. Just measure it, bro. It's like the Messer amps. They say, oh yeah, it's a 50 watt amp and it's got two bloody what EL84s in it or whatever. 30 watt amp, F30 or whatever it was. I forget the model, but one of them was claiming some ridiculous output power, and you measure it and it's fucking nowhere near it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you fucker. See, that's why you don't tack solder. So after all these arguments with these tack soldering Instagram guys, I can just demonstrate for you right now. If you that lead's a bit corroded, so it's probably not the end of the world, but you get a bit of bus wire, or just another, say we've got 2 components. We're just soldering the leads together. So you see on the point-to-point constructions where they do shit like this, you know, sort of works, but a bit of vibration over time, and she'll just come apart like that. But the most concerning thing is you see those pedals and stuff where it's like a rat's nest of tack soldering. Can you imagine changing a pot in that? If you move anything, it breaks like that. You'd have to pretty much unbuild and then rebuild the whole fucking pedal just to change a pot. Like, say you snap one off or something. Snap one off. So, don't tack solder. Do it properly. Learn how to lay out PCBs. You probably already know, but yeah. Just because people fawn over stuff doesn't mean it's going to be reliable. So if I'm tack soldering shit, I don't do it for repair, I do it for diagnosis. And then once the failure mode is established, I go through and do stuff properly by lifting boards and accessing the underside in order to install it as it was from the factory. It's not even brazing exactly, Admiral. It's just like, all it is just making the joint like airproof. Can't touch tequila. Well, the thing is, this tequila tastes like fucking the nectar of the gods. It's not the tequila that we've all grown up with, that the Sierra shit with a little hat on top that burns and tastes like fucking acid. This stuff is fantastic. I don't drink tequila much, but I drink Aneo. Aneo is what I used to say. Anejo, aged tequila. Yeah. You got me wanting one now. It's not even midday yet. Ah. Right, let's see how that goes. Where were we? Let's change that valve back in. Reverb driver and recovery. Since we know that wasn't the problem. Wake up, meters. Wake up, Jeff. And Cuervo Gold. Fine Colombian. Big tequila has been lying to us peasants. Really good tequila, man. It's I'm glad I didn't find it earlier. I would have been even more broke than I am now. Still got hum. So even though the cap was leaking, that's not the problem. Back down to 20 millivolts ripple though. Alright. What else is causing it? Wait. 170 volts on the reverb driver. 2.8 volts in the cathode. Just probing that high voltage lead has killed the hum. So I think this is going to be a deep one, champions. Only 3 point something millivolts. Now the reverb's working perfectly. Maybe not. There's no recovery still. 30. So the transformer's functioning. Got nothing at all on the return. Ah, yeah. Got a broken lead there. Okay, so I've got a few problems. I've got the broken lead, which I'll fix now, but we also had that hum that disappeared when we touched the high voltage line, so I think there's still another issue going to be staring us in the face once we address this one. Yeah, that looked like that lead was connected, so I didn't pay too much attention to it, but just moving the lead, then I could see a tiny bit of light between the lead and the terminal. Alright, so we should have return now. Yep. Do we have send? I would like to replace those leads all the way. Channel switching. How do you switch channels? You can't without the pedal. Alright, let me just get a shorting lead. I need to make a few TRS leads that just have one side shorted or the other. Which one's this? Can't see the back panel. Foot switch. So this should turn the reverb off. It's on the normal channel. Alright, we've got issues with the boost channel as well. Funny how they only mention one fault. So when you max out the gain, she's cutting out. I think should come good with the clean though. I hope so, because that's that dual gang pot that's a pain in the ass to find. Oh, so we'll replace the leads, general service, quote for recap. Let's just clean that pot and see if it's going to recover, or if I'm going to have to try and track down a replacement, because that will be a pain. Bit of compressed air. cleaning residue all over the friggin' board as usual. Fuck was that noise? The camera making a funny noise? Yep. Just clearing up now. Yeah, I think that'll come good. It'll take a while, but put the diodes on a switch. Still not super happy. But it's not cutting out at the end like it was. It's coming good. Alright, I think the valves are okay. Let's just write a few notes on this one and move on to the next one. Recap. Ten microfarad, 100 volts. Axial, 2 joule, 50 UF, 500 volt. 1 3300, 10 volt. 22 mic, 22 mic, 22, 322 microfarad, 25 volt. Replace reverb connectors or leads. Broken reverb recovery center pin. No oscillation. That was the reverb hum. If there was oscillation, we could clean up these leads a bit. They are a bit longer than they should be. Options for voicing. Voicing improvements. All right, moving on. $22.10. This is a 4212. 4212 in it. Just pop it on its cabinet. I was getting confused by all the JCM 800s because about 4 people contacted me saying they've got one that they want checked out. So I was thinking that, well, you know, someone would come and I'm like, oh, you're the one with the 2203. He's like, no, I'm the one with the 4212. I'm like, oh, okay. And I think someone had already booked it in, but they hadn't. And then there was another one that came along, and I just somehow ended up with like 5 JCM 800s there. For things come in waves. It's weird. Like you'll get like a dozen solid state Fenders in, then you won't see any for like 12 months. And then you get like five or 6 JCM 800s all coming at the same time, and you won't see a Hot Rod Deluxe for like 6 months, and then all of a sudden like 3 or 4 come in one week. It's funny, eh? Just random blips. Must be something in the water, yeah. I was 1 year old when that amp was built. 1 year old. I know what I'm doing to that one. So that can go in the line. Alright, now I looked at this one about 3 years ago, gave it a service and a new set of EL34s, and now it's back. Looks like one of the EL34s has failed. So I reckon I'll just check for any collateral damage. This is a 1992 circuit Super Bass JCM 800. When I say 1992, I'm talking about the circuit, not the year. This would have been 80s. Bring it over, eh? So I'm not hiding off frame. Yep, 2 out of 4. Discolored glass. So I did a recap to this. So we went all out and did all the usual stuff. And it was right for, what, 2-3 years. And the EL34s gave up the ghost on one side. You never quite know what condition it was running at, but by standard now, I think I'm going to upgrade the screen grids on every amp that comes in, because as the valves get shitter, you just can't trust them anymore. It's just going to be, you either get upgraded screen grid resistor values, or I don't do the job. You can't be told to keep things original, and then the originality makes the valves fail, and then they blame me for it. Because it's out of my control. I wasn't allowed to do what was required to make it reliable. So I think it's going to be a default now. You've got to have them upgraded. 2.2K for EL34s at least. Alright, here she is. And you can see there, those two logos gone black, and the two next to it are still sweet. So they're cooked. So what would have happened is you've had a short, there's some grass and stuff on it that wasn't there when I left it. So what happens is one will go out and it will take out, it'll get a short to the control grid possibly, and take out its mate. These are the ones that have the strange grid stopper arrangement too. Where am I? Yellow. Paralleled the two impedance switch sides, which is good. Shares the current between the two sides of the switch. Alright, let's just do some quick passive measurements. Probably just up for a new set of valves, and this doesn't look like there's been any collateral damage, but we'll upgrade those screen grid resistors while we're there. Still sitting pretty at 1K. What's that grid stopper doing? 1.5K still. Alright, so it doesn't look like there's any collateral damage. So I'll just quote, it doesn't need a full service because I've replaced, what, one pot. There's a burns in there. Replaced one pot, did a recap and a new set of valves. Like I say, I think it was 2022, start of 2022. So probably just up for a new set of valves because valves suck these days, and we'll upgrade those screen grids, and that will be it. Let's just check the bias supply. I'll just remove these ones. $1.5K. I'm going, holy fuck, the whole socket came out. That's not good. Okay. Maybe we're up for a bit more than that. The whole socket's dislodged. The stupid crimps on the other side aren't holding onto it. Fuck. I might be able to center punch them back in. Let me just check there's no stray voltages there because I'm going to be touching valve pins. No. 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 Going to be touching cloth. Alright, that's got it back in. Let me just see if I can center punch those. Get the auto center punch and just peen down those little fingers. Wherever it is. Did I get the shits and throw it in the bin? Maybe. Oh, hang on, I'll put it in the little drawers over here I've had since I was a kid. Or did I? Maybe not. What the? Let's see what these valves do in the tester. Bet the bias caps are dead. Well, they're new, so probably not. Well, a couple of years old anyway. Bringing her up. 50 volts. 100 volts. It's good because you can just set your screen grid a couple of volts below the plate and it just follows the plate voltage because it's derived from it. $200 volts on the plates. It's warming up. Still no conduction. Nothing. Oh no, here we go. 3 milliamps on one side, 2 on the other. One's pulling about double what the other one is. Still working though. Let's turn that down, bring up the plate voltage to say 450. Yeah, whatever's happened to them, it's caused them to go massively out of balance. It's about double on one side. No longer matched. Cooked. There you go. Just out of curiosity. What was it on? Center punch. Where the hell is it? A little worried that if I do it, it's just going to shatter the Bakelite. But I'll be gentle. Actually, probably center punch isn't a great idea. I might, not automatic one anyway. I might just use the wee pin punch. Just give it a tap, 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 tappy. Give it a tap, tap, taparoo. There's a little lip in the Bakelite, and they stick under that. But over the years, they've just fatigued and bent back a bit. Ah, that's better. Yeah, sweet. Sweet as, bro. I'm not a fan of output jack above tube socket. Yeah, it's not ideal. Especially when you've got such a large chassis to utilise, but let's put a set of known good valves in there. The mighty tongue soles that I use for testing my Marshall boards. They're troopers, man. Back when tongue soles were good and sheep were scared. EL84 say max 300 volts. Oh, you're discussing something else. Makes sense upping those screen grids. RCA datasheet for EL34 says 425 volts max. No data for power though. EL84 says max 300. Yeah, and plenty of... Well, what's a 6v6 is max 300, and your average Fender Princeton puts out 420 to 450 volts on the plates, depending on what rectifier valve you use. So yeah, that's the problem. They've sort of got... I wonder if that's like plausible deniability on behalf of the valve manufacturers. They just set their data sheet so technically you can't use them in any device, and then that way they've got a way to weasel out of warranty repairs, even though that's the conditions that were used in for decades. Where are these valves at? Brad, can you get Russian made tubes? Yeah. Are they even making them? Yeah. Must be stored in a garage, I think. because there's like leaf matter and stuff on it, and it's only a couple of years since I did it. They've probably got a jam room set up in their garage, because what they do in garages is they often don't, if it's tiled roof, they often don't use sarking. So it's all the leaves and shit just blows in under each tile, and the dust, and just lands on everything in the garage. Oh shit, almost dropped one. Fuck. I'm not vulgar. I just say fuck a lot. I've been demonetized on a few videos. Probably rant ones where I say, like, swear a lot in quick succession, or within 5 minutes of the start of the video. You'll notice like some streamers and popular videos, they will swear freely, but in like the body of the video, not in the first 10 minutes, because the algorithm doesn't like that. The algorithm. 6 ohms. Let's change that to 16. I've got to start. That's actually a mission I should do this weekend. I'm going to make a, yeah, it's been recapped. I did it a while back. Like I say, where's about 2022. I should make a generic job sheet for amps. It's just tricky because I don't just do amps. Make a generic job sheet that has all the info required, like what impedance it was set to when it came in, that kind of stuff. So I can go back and change it. I usually just ask them, but if I forget, it's a recipe for danger. T2A, come on, legends. E1.5. We're gonna start ordering fuses from DGK and Mouser. Where's his fuses are shit. The ends, if they're not the wrong value, they're the ends are corroded. They keep selling fast blow fuses as slow blow. So you think something's really wrong and it's just a fucking fuse that's Wes being dickheads and sending you the wrong speed, labeling it as slow. I reckon they just run out of one and they go, oh, fuck it, they won't know the difference, just send them those ones. But guess what? We do know the difference. Here we go. And there's no info, there's no data sheets. They're just very hush-hush about what products they sell, because they're just back alley Chinese shit. Whereas when you go DigiKey or Mouser, you get a data sheet, you get all the information required to confidently order such things. A little bit more expensive, but peace of mind, champions. Can you put a price on it? I don't think you can. Well, yeah, you can. Alright, so mains fuse was gone. Just a bit of a concern. Certainly the HT would have gone as well. No? T1A. One would wonder if that rating isn't a little too high. Did you say, Wes, they aren't kicking many goals with me of late either. They sold me previously returned faulty set of valves marks with an X and DOA. Let me guess, were they tube amp, Doctor? It wasn't fucking it wasn't blue tape, was it? With Texter. That might have been from me. Nah, don't. Oh, yeah. What did they say? Did they deny it? Because they always deny whenever something goes wrong with me. Oh, you know why? You know why the two, the fucking hell, TK. That's probably ones I returned to them. That's funny as. Because I'll often write DOA. Oh, I wasn't. Okay, right. I was just appreciating the impedance switch there and its wiring with Teflon coated wire, and the fact that they parallel the two sides of the switch to share the current. But then I just remembered I'm the one that put it in. So there you go. Yeah, because I replaced the jacks as well. Don't know why I didn't just do bus wire through the whole lot. Maybe run out. Yeah, they just ignored what I said and replaced them with another faulty set. Fucking hell, really? Are they going to get sick of paying shipping? Yeah, everyone was raving about Tad. Now they're just, nah. Tube Amp Dr. rebranded, previously known as Tube Amp Coroner. Tube Amp Coroner. They replaced them with another faulty set. So yeah, they don't test in-house wares. Just go, look, forget wares. Just go to Evatco because Michelle's a legend. The only problem is sometimes the stuff's not in stock. Evatco all the way. It's worth the extra money because you don't get fucked around. Look, the only, yeah, I don't know. It's a constantly evolving situation. That's why it's so annoying. Rosman showed that all the Amazon fuses were 10 amp in spite of 1 amp, 5 amp labels. Fucking hell. But honestly, who's buying fuses from Amazon? No one here, I hope. Who's buying anything from... I've never purchased a single product from Amazon. Never had an account with them. Nothing. Jeff Bezos can get his fucking money elsewhere. You're not getting it from me. Not that it matters. I'm just a little dickhead. Alright, which one is the Transformer center tap? One that will have about 16 ohms to it. That's what. That's the one. I have a lot of unusual Jan tubes, joint Army Navy tubes. Need to go through them and see what I have. I do have a tube tester, which makes all the difference. So do you have a preamp one there, Joe? The Maxi Matcher Pre is a bit of a godsend for, well, not a godsend. It's like a godsend. Peter Toms is like a god to me. For preamp valves, because it does microphonic testing and stuff. I had some bad buys from Amazon. Never again. Not even strings. Yeah, if a pack of strings doesn't look right, I say, did you get these from Amazon? And they go, yeah. I go, well, I'm not using them. And they're like, why? Oh, you just want to sell me your strings and make more money. I'm like, yeah, I do want to sell you my strings because I know they'll work. Literally, their strings, the gauges aren't even right. Like, they're not even fucking wrong. They're not even a set gauge. Like, you'll get some 1046s. Some will be like 48. I don't even know if it's like manufacturer tolerance or if it's just the grab whatever strings that look about right and throwing them in the pack. So I've also had ones that don't in tone, no matter what you do. Like one saddle wants to be fucking an inch behind the others, and it bottoms out and still doesn't get there, and then you replace them and problem solved. Or a string will just sound dead. Also had a customer bring in some electric guitar strings that weren't fucking ferrous metal. so they're like, oh, there's two strings that the pickup's not picking up. And I go, well, the pickup's got to pick them up because the pickup's got a coil around the whole lot. The only thing that could have maybe happened, which is highly unlikely, is if you lost magnetism of your pole pieces, which I've seen before, from when a pickup falls down inside the pick guard and someone uses like a magnet, like one of these telescopic neodymium magnets to pull the pickup back up, you might accidentally demagnetize the pickup because you've sort of reversed the polarity back to the point where it's neutral. But yeah, none of that was the case. So it turned out the string was just not made of any material that the pickup could pick up. So there was literally no output on that string because it wasn't ferrous. Anyway. Buy my strings directly from Daddario. Nice. So I don't have to worry about that. Fake Ernie Ball strings are all over the show. Yeah, I've got packs here of the fake stuff. I can show you now if you want. Ernie Ball keep changing up their packet designs and colours and stuff to try and stay ahead of them, but they're sneaky little fuckers and they just catch up. Even elixirs. There's lots of fake elixirs around. Let's have a look. So this was the old elixir style pack. They're all fake. But sometimes they just don't even try. Like, you look at this. Super Slinky, Power Slinky Bass, Power Slinky Bass. Alright, so I'll get a pack of the real deal and a pack of the fakies and show you. So here's the real deal. Here's metallic. Got a sheen to it. It's reflective. And then here's their attempt. Quite obvious. It's not metallic. Is there any difference to the design? Not really. If anything, the writing's actually clearer on the fake ones. So yeah, you can see they keep changing up the design to stay ahead of it. And then you got the super slinkies. I didn't even try on those ones. And also, you open these up, they're genuine ones, and they've got a like a serial number on the inside of the packet, and the fake ones don't. And fake elixirs. Put a cross, the customer put a cross on them and just gave them to me to show off. Yeah, so they're the old style elixir packs. The new ones are different design, but yeah, they just don't intone, they don't ring, they don't sustain. Whole bunch of stuff wrong with them. Alrighty then, let's test this motherfucker. Alright, we've got 17 ohms on the left, 16.3 on the right. Camera's blown out as always. Need a little bit of shit to go behind that. So you can read the meters, not the reflection. Oh, that's even worse. There we go. Fluoresctions. Is that someone trying to get in? No, next door. Get a Sprechen, Sie Deutsch? Sprecher? Lautsprecher? Oh, oh. What happened there? Okay, so I think, yeah, we've lost something. I was expecting that to be sweet as. Let me go through the variac this time. Unless we've... Oh, everything's just turned all the way up. Yeah, never mind. Let's try that again. We'll do it on the variac this time. 12 watts. 20 watts, 26 watts. 30 watts, 27 watts. Bit of conduction there. Give it some signal. Turn the volume down. Input 1. Away we go. Got signal. Starting to balance up a bit. $97 watts. Everything looks good. So yeah, I just freaked out because the volume was, all the controls were maxed out. Got a flickering power light there. I think the neon's gone. So it's a non-master volume. So let's have a quick play through it, but it's probably going to sound pretty bad through the mic. So actually, hang on, I've got the mic set up. Yeah, sweet. I had in my head that I didn't have the SM57 in position, but we can try that out now. I'll just mute my headset. Hang on, got to enable the Mo2. Got signal. Yep. All right, so I think we're good. I'll ask him if he wants that flickering light changed. I have replaced the neons in them before. It's easy to replace a whole switch, but if they want originality, you can pop the rocker out and you can change the thingy and the stuff and the neon and the Alright, so I think that's good. Just a new set of valves for that, and possible switch replacement. We've sorted out the socket. So that's it. Oh, and a screen grid upgrade as well. Just to give the new valves a chance, a fighting chance, because they are pissy. The Doobie Brothers, yeah. Without love, where would you be now? Don't know, probably in a gutter somewhere. Your SG lives in E flat. It's funny, if you told the average person that, they'd be like, what? I don't know what that means. My SG lives in EB. Naughty valves. Naughty JJs. Yeah, it sucks a bit. It's getting to the point where people expect, like... So, a guy came in this week for a repair I did 8 months ago, and the valves failed. I said, well, it's strictly 30-day warranty. 90-day warranty on repairs. And he's like, well, I paid a lot of money. I go, yeah, I know, but that was in the parts and stuff as well. It wasn't just labour. Like, you own those things now. He's like, well, I feel like it should be free. I'm like, why? It said on the quote that you signed 90 days warranty. Strictly 90 days warranty was the wording. He's like, well, I said, okay, well, how much do you think it should have? He goes, oh, at least a year. I go, hang on, I didn't build this amp and give you a new amp. Like, the amp itself has a 12-month warranty from you. They wouldn't even cover it, like, outside that, even if it was a brand new amp. It's like, you touch something and they want it to last forever. And it sort of can't. I don't know. I can see it from their point of view too, so I sort of meet them halfway if I can. If I can tell they're going to be a pain in the ass, I'll just give them what they want and then just don't deal with them again. But I don't know. It's tough with repairs because people expect a greater warranty from a repair than they get from a brand new fucking amp. I don't know on what planet that makes sense. Because it ain't this one. If I build you an amp, I'll give you a fucking lifetime warranty excluding valves. If that thing ever fails, I'll fix it for nothing. Because I can stand behind it, but I didn't build this shit. I didn't build these amps. I don't work for Fender. I don't Marshall or Black Star or whatever. I got no control over the design or the QC. So how can I cover it for longer than the manufacturer even fucking covers a brand new amp? It's like the manufacturers get away with it, and because they're a big company and they're a challenge to take on. It's a bit like how you have speed cameras, and they don't go. The speed cameras are never in like affluent suburbs. They're always in like poor suburbs, because they know that the poor people will just pay the fine, whereas the rich people will take them to court. So they just go for the easy wins and the easy wealth extraction. Should be used to that by now, I guess. What do we want next? Do we want something a bit cool? Fuck, that's heavy. Something a bit cool. I kind of want to do a video on that one. Fuck it, we'll have a look at it. A little bit of a treat for you legends that are still hanging around. Save the best till, well, I'd say last, but I'm probably going to be here all day. I also do a lifetime on my amp, 30 days for tubes, yeah. But they expect 12 months for repairs. How you going, Six? What's going on, legend? They expect like lifetime warranty on an amp that you've fucking touched. I'm just going to stick to my guns next time. Go, nah. You read the quote, you approved the quote, you read the invoice, you pay the invoice. Terms and conditions, champion. What do we have here? Oh, wrong camera. Let me start that dramatic shot again. There we go. What do we have here, legends? We have a Suhr Badger. Now, what's wrong with this one? Let's have a wee boo. Oh, yeah, I've got to get to that messer too. That's late. What? Where's the fucking job sheet? How the fuck do I keep losing job sheets? They literally go straight on the... They go straight on the fucking folder. Parker Fly refret, that was fun. Okay, this is bullshit. How can I not have a job sheet on this? I remember writing it. I remember looking at the job sheet. Diesel, Engl, Peavy, Messer, Laney, Fender, Shinai, Apollo, EHX, Messer, David Eden, Roland, and that's it. Where the fuck is it? Friedman, Bogner, Marshall. Rickenbacker, Allen and Heath, Engl, Fender, Ashdown, Fender, Jackson, Luxman, and we're back to last year's work. Fuck's sake. How the fuck can I run a business if I can't even write a fucking job sheet? Probably the same old story. They got chatting to me and I've not written it up. Must have taken a bench fee though. Very unprofessional, Brad. You're a fucking useless prick. No results. I didn't even fucking enter it or take a fucking bench fee. Are you serious? So I've got no idea what's wrong with it. And I don't even know who owns it. I must have written it down. I wouldn't have taken it in if I didn't. Fuck me. Fucking useless prick. Now I have to search emails. So frustrating when you're busy, just your head's spinning all fucking day, so you forget everything and nothing gets done as it should be done because you're just constantly fighting fires, just trying to put out fires all fucking day, and people ringing and nagging. So you end up doing stuff against your own rules, or forgetting to follow procedure because you just get badgered. Okay, no, now I know why that's happening, because this is under warranty. Right, so I'm looking for an individual. I'm actually dealing on email with a company. Okay, and I haven't got a bench fee because I haven't sent them a bench fee invoice. I thought I'd just get stuck into it and have a look. And they'll have to pay, if they don't go ahead with the quote, they'll have to pay the bench fee for me to release the product. Sorry, just reading emails as well. Okay, you've asked the same question in 3 different emails. Sorry, I'm just doing some admin. Yes, it's tested and ready for pickup. I'm open 9 to 5 weekdays, 10 till 2 Saturday. If you need me outside of that, let me know a sharp time and I can meet you at the shop, because that's what I do, because you can't get service like that anywhere else, champions. Do you make a version of the FYM 100? What? Okay, I don't want to sell you a board. I just got a question. Do you make a version of the FYM 100 replacement board for the TSL 100 JCM 2000? Well, for starters, it's not an FYM 100, it's an FYM 2000, and yes, the TSL version. It's super. Yeah. Anyway, you're not going to be able to install that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. What else we got? We got scams. Scam. Empty folder. Yes. More scams. Scam. No point blocking because they just create another address and send it back again. So yeah, that's fun. Right, where were we? I think the owner just bought the Suhr in for a buff and wax. Nothing wrong with it. No, there was something wrong with it because it's under warranty. I think it might just be a valve. I think from memory we've just got a bit of noise. So I suspect microphonic. So I suspected a preamp valve. Preamp valve being microphonic. So no biggie, but it'd be interesting to have a look up at the skirt. Oh, that's from like last year. All right, let's have a listen. Give us a schematic rundown on it. Well, I don't have a schematic, so I can't really do that. Nice fuse holders. That's the same type I use. $500 milliamp fast blow. Yep, that's correct. Oh, it even says the speaker type on the jack. It's a 8 ohm vintage 30. That's a good idea. Write the speaker type on the back of the panel. 1 amp. It says slow blow, but it's actually a far. I know it is a slow. Just doesn't say T or S on the number. Set for 8 ohms. Warranty, really? It looks like it's got a bit of a patina on all the metalwork. We've got Arse EL34s. So let's just plug her in and have a go, champions. I'll monitor the current so nothing will go topsy-turvy. She's a bit dusty. Longer IEC lead. Good question. There we are. Flicker on, both on, everything 12 o'clock, gain 12 o'clock. Power and drive. We've got gain, power and drive. I guess power is master. Let's have a look. Just check that there's no, well, there won't be any shorts because our fuses are good. I don't know what the cap values in this are, so let's just do the standby thing. It's solid state rectified, so that won't hurt anything. Alright, 69, 50, 43, and dropping 39, 38 watts. I'll take her out of standby while I'm watching the meter. Only gone up to 38. Oh no, she's still warming up. 38 watts. Slight hum. So something's not conducting. So in unless standby, well, still 30 something watts. 34 watts. We're only going up to 38. So we're only drawing 4 more watts. Oh, hang on. Okay. So yeah. So power, when you turn that down, is literally that must be changing the plate voltage. Alright, so that's literally the B plus. Alright, so hear that? That's a microphonic valve, probably one of the EL34s. They've got a characteristic sound that's unlike the preamp one. It's like sort of like a lower resonant frequency. So like ting 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 instead of tap tap tap. It's hard to explain. Anyway, let's get this thing out and have a look. How do you remove it? Okay. You don't have to remove the speaker to get to the because it's like a Marshall style chassis. And there's a gap there, so maybe a screwdriver down in there. Or there might be screws up into cage nuts from underneath, so it might be a matter of removing the rear panel. But let's take that back cover off first and have a look. The series with the London power scaling thing in it, right? Yeah, well, it must be, because yeah, it was literally drawing like 4 watts more than standby until I turned up that power knob. So that's changing the plate supply. Nice, nice. It's got the flat washer under the cut washer. Good to see. Nice looking transformers. They've got like a hammer tone finish on them, reminiscent of the A&Rs or the Fergusons over here. Why's my phone keep shutting itself down? Bro. Oh, someone's trying to ring me, that's why. Are you going to be in your shop tomorrow? Well, it is a public holiday. No rest for the wicked, champions. Can't have a day off. Sunday and I'm working. Public holiday tomorrow and still need to be working. Power scaling licensed by London Power. There you go. London Power it is. So it uses the MOSFET power scaling. I have had, I think it was a Tone King Gremlin or something that has similar setup, and the MOSFETs occasionally fail, and there's no obvious reason for it. Like everything's running within spec, but they just fail anyway. So yeah, I'm not sure I'd implement one on my amps just out of fear of that. Nothing's worse than when one of your product fails, because everyone looks at you with like contempt if something goes wrong. It's a horrible feeling, man. So you got to feel bad for the companies when they make a mistake, but when they make a mistake and they keep making the same mistake for 30-40 years, that's when you you lose a bit of sympathy for them, eh? All right. Yeah, I do have to remove the speaker. Man, it's dusty. How'd they get this much dust on it in warranty? And it's got a top vent, I guess. This is why having an amp cover is a good idea, legends. Any amp with a top vent just gets filled with all sorts of stuff. Alright, remove the rear panel for the speaker. Oh, that's going to really work my arm. I'm going to get the drill for that. I've got tennis elbow how it is. Just get a container for them. Should probably change my wireless transmitter soon because I think the battery's probably not long for this day. So let's do that now before I forget. Level check. Hey, yeah. Looks good to me. No, they're not flathead screws. These are Phillips. I wouldn't be using an impact driver on a flathead screw. You go send it into a low Earth orbit. Straight through your finger. Jesus. Hear about pilot holes, legends? They are chunky screws, though. Glad I didn't try and undo these by hand. Be here all week. I have arms like Popeye, though. How many Ugga Duggers? Got the Ugga Dugga gun. One in 5 gas stations have diesel, really? Every petrol station here has diesel. I don't think I've ever seen one without it. If anything, there's some that just have diesel because they're like truck stops. "26 screws on the back panel." Jesus. I think that's an exaggeration, but okay. Nicely cut. Oh, they've used some damping. Nice. Bit of Dacron. There. Celestia Vintage 30. Nicely wired. Good connections. Nice cable. I've got, looks like, I think it's just cardboard tube for the ports. Yeah. But it almost looks like MDF. And that's glued in. So it's an actual ported cabinet, which is pretty cool. Yeah, this should sound really good. But where's our screws? They've stuck the Dacron over the screws. That's alright, I can get around them. Are they heavy screws, M6? Just check my Phillips number 3. See if that fits. If not, we'll go back to the 2. No, it's a number 2. I reckon we just go ahead with this. Oh, hang on. He used torque screws or something. Oh, Alan. You got me. You got me, John. I'm Facebook friends with John. Have a chat every now and then. He's he makes some amazing looking pizza dough. Serial number 302. Is that cabinet lined with sheep's wool? No, it's Dacron. It's very very low density though. The stuff I use in hi-fi and PA speakers is a lot more dense than that. You can see through that. You can see the ply through it. See that with the light. But yeah, it's a like diffusion, a damping thing. That front screw is right against the baffle. I wonder who the transformer winder is. It's probably the same as Freeman. They look like nice. They almost look reminiscent of Mercury Magnetics. It will only dampen very high frequencies. Yeah. It does have an effect though. Generally the more the, you know, the more you add, the more the effect, but it's not so much that it does dampen the high frequencies, but you get standing waves in there and they bounce back and forth. So it actually dampens them. But you get them in subwoofers and stuff too. It does work. It does absorb moisture still. So much for cabinet resonance. Yeah, but depends what you're going for. So it cuts a lot of the sort of hard to describe. So upper mid-range sort of honkiness and just looseness. Gives you more clarity, I guess, for like your pick attack and your note definition. I use a little bit of it in my cabs. Probably about that much, maybe an extra piece in the middle. In my 2x12s. Alright, we've got no ARS branded caps, which is the main reason I wanted to look in this thing. We've got Panasonic electrolytics all around. That's good to see. They're nice quality. We've got one axial there, 100 volt, 100 microfarad. I don't know why you'd go axial there, but that's, looking at that, that's the bias supply. Oh, I thought I was on the screen. Here we go. So I'll just start from the top. Dust bunnies. Dust bunnies everywhere. So let's clean them off before they go home my lungs. And give me the fucking same problem I had last stream. Alrighty then. Chunky transformers. Think about it. 30 watt amp. And look at the size of the transformer in that compared to the Engl we had before. It was supposedly a dual 50 watt amp. Just grab some blocks. Yeah, the best part about this, champions, after we do all the assessments today, I get to go home and do paperwork all to this afternoon and tonight. Yay! Alright, there we are. Camera Kung Fu engaged. I need a try and stop the reflection happening. Don't know. Anyway, through old plated board. Pretty sparse. Looks like they're a bit big for half watt. Yeah, I think they're half watt resistors all around, but they're very large bodied resistors and very chunky leads too. Good quality stuff. We've got some goop there. I don't know what the story is there. A little bit of a secret sauce. Some of the caps you got positions for radials as well as axials, so there's a bit of scope there for future component availability, which is good. I'd be personally using radial for all the caps though, but I can't think of a reason why you would have made those two bias caps there, axial and the rest radial, but who knows. So we've got a MOSFET over there, an IRFP 460 for the London power board over there, and that feeds to the rest of the circuit. I'd have to trace it out to see if that's supplying the whole lot or if it's just supplying the output stage. Got 1K screen grids. A little DC supply down the bottom there. Pulling off the, so it's got a 5-volt winding. It appears to have, probably for other models with a rectifier valve, because it's pretty heavy. Oh, although it's got a center tap, pretty heavy wire coming from it, but that goes down to a tiny little power supply board down there. Is that feeding to, where are the wires going? Oh, so that's going underneath. Alright, so that's feeding to the preamp valves. That's a small 12-volt supply. And the output valves are AC. They seem like very small caps there. Oh, it's regulated. It's got a regulator bolted to the other side. Sorry, it's just behind my face there. I'm talking about this tiny little board up the back there. So this is fixed bias. I thought it was cathode, sorry. Or is it? There's a resistor under the board. 200 ohm, 25 watt. And that is connected to the cathode. And that's, okay, so that's our cathode resistor. They've probably made, actually, he's probably made that axial, so if you do have a valve failure, you can replace that cap from this side of the board, which makes sense. Got alpha pots on the front. We've got a dual gang. Okay, that's interesting. X1, X3. That's the power pot. Oh, sorry, that's a game pot. I'm an idiot. Righto. Yeah, so the power pot just goes over to the MOSFET board. It looks like something's been reworked on there before. There's a bit of evidence of flux and stuff on the top, although that could be from the factory. Anyway, what are we here for? We're here to fix the problem, aren't we? So let's do that. Figure out what valve's causing this microphonic resonance. Scotty, how you going, legend? People coming and going. Good on you. Thanks for sticking around for a while, legends. I know it was a bit of a marathon. Having Lyle stream and then my ridiculous long streams, but hey, if you got nothing to do, I'm all for it. Oh, plugging a speaker into the input jack. Aren't I smart? I hope John's not watching. So you can hear there. Very microphone, very rattly. Output valves. Set that to 16 ohm. Could have a preamp valve. So the gain's affecting it. Sort of one of those things where no matter where you touch, but I think that preamp valve's not great either. So hear all that. Hear all that guff. That's coming from the front end. So let's pop that out. ARS branded JJ/Tesla. Now we've still got noise. So that valve's not great, but I'm pretty sure that noise is coming from the EL34. So let's replace them. So that one's making noise. Got some bare claws to contend with. Let's pop some of those tongue soles in there that we had earlier. Little troopers they are. Can't say the same for current production tongue soles though, because my colleagues are having issues with them again. What's fucking new? Think you're onto a good thing, then nope. Fail, 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 fail. You should turn off the SM57. Yeah, I was showing you the noise though. That's why I was doing it. Lightning cracks over cane fields. We laugh and think that this is Australia. Australia. All right, microphonic's gone. Pop this valve back in there and see if we can. Now we've isolated one source of the noise. This feels like the valve socket. So you hear the noise there. Alright, so I think that preamp was a bit microphonic, but it could have just been a bit of schmoo on the leads, like a bit of flux has run down. So we'll give them a clean as well. But let's have a quick listen to that and see how she do. It's just through the G12 T75 under the bench though, so it's nothing like the stock speaker. That's actually interesting. There's noise there until I plug in. So I think that jack's not grounding. It's kind of hard to get to it though because it's inverted. So that should be shunting to ground at the moment. I can't reach around it. I can't give it a reach around. Yeah, so now I'm holding it shut. I'm going to let go. She's noisy. So new jack. That's cranked up now. All the way. And I'm holding the contact shut. Sounds like some oscillation there though. Increasing. So all of that's stemming from the input jack. So now, hear that? We've got some oscillation happening. And it doesn't seem to be associated with anything I'm doing. I think it's that preamp valve, V1. Let down by bad components. Sounds like there's a bit of oh, hang on, gain, drive. What's the master volume? Must be drive. Gain goes to the preamp valve, so hang on. We've got oscillation happening there. Probably supersonic, but not at the output stage. I can hear it. So let's put it in standby and flick it back to 8 ohms and have a listen, figure out what's going on at higher gain settings. Let's change out that V1. I'm a bit soft on it. Yeah, the pot on the right is loose a bit, and that's a high power pot. You can see the crimps on it are a bit loose. I don't think it's wire wound, but it is a higher power than your average one. Probably like 100 ohms or something. What am I doing? New valve. It's one thing at a time, mate. One thing at a time. Cool, you jets. Get to my belly. I'll put the cover back on it. You've got a grid stoppers right there on the valve socket, so I don't think it's anything to do with that. I'm just going to play through it and just look at the scope. It doesn't seem to do it when there's no signal. Heavy crossover distortion there. That's what I'm hearing, I think. Just take the power all the way up slowly. Sometimes if you change these pots too fast, you can burn the pot out, depending on the circuit. Alright, so that's power all the way up. And the waveform's looking alright. As you bring up the gain though, start to get some pretty wacky crossover distortion. Just give it a signal. Alright, that looks as I'd expect. Bring the drive up. Bring the power down. She starts to level off the top, clip the top and bottom of the waveform. So when your power's down to like 2, and you crank the drive up, you get heavy crossover distortion. And as you bring the gain up, the crossover distortion gets nastier. Say bring the power up to midway, and you bring the drive up, and you start to get the same deal. Real heavy crossover. So I don't know if this is normal behavior for the circuit or not, but when you got the power on max, drive and gain midway. This is where I should be showing you with the droid cam, but anyway, I'm halfway through it now. When you got the power on max, she's performing as you'd expect, and the waveform's looking alright. If you crank it too far, you get a bit of crossover, but I think it's, I have to look a bit further into it, but when you've got such a wide voltage range, you've got some ability to make the amp, basically you've got the ability to set things so far out of design spec that you can maybe have it non-ideal. Let's see what voltages we're dealing with here. So I've got the brown wire, we've got the center tap for the, is that the center tap for the transformer there? Must be that wire there. Oh yeah, it's got it on the silk screen. It's 196 at midway. 366 at full. And like 9 volts at minimum. So yeah, your output stage isn't going to perform well with 9 volts on the plates, yeah. So I don't know if maybe you should put an end stop on the pot or what, but I might just ask John if that's the normal range. Not having any documentation on there means I don't really know. Okay, so the preamp is unaffected by the preamp's unaffected by the voltage changes, so it's only affecting the output stage. So yeah, I think it's probably just a matter of you have the ability to take the range to the point where it's not optimal. No one need behind you, just sit around and noodle on guitar. Yeah. Oh, now I want noodles. Fuck, it's 1 o'clock. I need something to eat. Alright, well, I'll quote for a new preamp valve. Let's just have another listen to that actually before we commit to that. But the ARS brand stuff is not great. Sucks a bit, but that's how it is. Settle down. So new jack. New jackman. NUL EL80 EL34s. And we'll tighten the power thing as well. Take some notes. Actually got to start a job sheet for that one. Who am I dealing with? Suhr Badger 30 combo. Do they make a head? I can't remember. EL 34s microphonic. Input jack. Shunt. Contact. Failure. Fatigue. It's the misses. Hang on a minute. Sushi time. Input jack, shunt, contact failure. Power pot. Housing. Crimps. Loose. Dustiness, yeah, whatever. General service. All right. Fender amp. That was Princeton 65 DSP. Didn't write any notes on that. So that was low power, low voltage PSU rebuild. Investigate. Other solder connections. Joints. Investigate. Level fluctuations. Moving on. Remove my prized tongue soles. Again, that's not a it's not a condoning of their current production quality. I just happen to have a set that are really good. Put the arse back in there. We'll wait for quote approval. Careful, careful. It's easy to get the cage nuts caught on the foil. Need to lift it as we push it back in so we don't catch the foil. Sort of walk it in. Not a lot of room there. Don't really want to reassemble the whole thing, so I'll just put the fasteners in there. Cable in there. And we'll wheel it over here and stick it up there. Rightio, what's next, legends? Another JCM 800. Diesel VH4 that's failed. Again, secondary issue. For an $8,500 amp, you'd like to see a bit more reliability there, wouldn't you? I've got fucking 6 months of work here. This is bullshit. Anyway, no point whinging. Just fucking get on with it, Brad. Got your skateboard. These things are great if you're working on amps. They're like, I don't know, 20 bucks. Just get one of them, get a couple of them. They've got little pads on there that help stuff stick to it. vertices in. Another, what is it? 4212. Caps dated 89. Very dusty. Let's have a look at the job sheet on this one. Second channel signal dropping. Somebody else temporarily sorted. Install alley angle on bottom edge to protect. Oh yeah, he was just talking about he slides it in on its bottom edge and rips the Tilex, so he just wants a bit of 20 or like 12 by 12 angle or 12 by 20 angle on the back there to protect the Tilex when he loads it in. Damn reverb leads have the little electrician's cable things with the nails. Oh man, dust bunnies just floating in the air in front of my face. Alright, let's get her on her side again. Number 3 Phillips. Deja Vu champions. See you, TK. Have a good one, man. Views are dropping off a bit now because everyone's going to bed. Fair enough. What is it? It's 20 past 1 p.m. here. Sunny and warm outside. Got a newish looking set of JJs. It's probably been looked at relatively recently. Oh, she's very clean. All right. Looks like bloody the day rolled off the factory. Champions. Pristine. Pristine Christine. Maybe that'll be a name for a like a Fender twin clean amp. Ooh. No obvious mods. Got some caps across the foot switch there, which look factory, and then they are the Sanwa brand as well, so I'm not sure what the previous person did once they sorted it. There's no, whoever it is, they either did nothing or were very good about what they did, because there's no obvious evidence of any work having taken place in this one. Could just be a preamp valve. Let's have a look. Let's fire it up. Have a listen. Just keep an eye on the bias while we're at it. .42 ohms. It seems about right for a 50 watt amp. The plate eyelet on the second valve is full of solder, so I'll just check there's no voltage there and just clear that, half a volt. So I can get my probe hook in there. Speaker. Ohms. And away we go. Oh, just check the fuse rating first. Silly me. Assuming the correct fuses in things. T2 on the mains. Haven't been called a legend or a champion today. Well, fucking hell, Joy Buzzer, with a name like that, you don't need to be called a champion, because everyone knows you're a champion because you're a Joy Buzzer. 0.5 amps. That's correct. Joy Buzzer. Is that another name for a vibrator? Oh, it's Michelle again. Hang on. Well, champions, it's time for me to go eat sushi because Michelle's out the front of the shop waiting for me to come out. Ha! So, thanks for joining us on this marathon amp related day. I've only got through, what, 5, 6 amps? I've still got probably 20 to go. And that's just quotes. That's not even repairing them. So I think I'll come back after sushi. You'll all be in bed by then, so I'll probably catch you next week on a live stream. I'll try and get some videos done this week, but it's just no time. Before I know it, it's 8 PM and I've got to go to bed and have dinner and go to bed and do it all over again. So I'll catch you around. Thanks for joining us all, and thanks for the donations, you legends too. Do appreciate it. You might buy me a sushi roll today, and yeah, see you on the next one. Be good to your mother. Drink lots of water and beer and mezcal, of course. Don't forget that.